Golden Age Radio is starting now.
To accomplish that purpose.
Subscribe to get future updates.
Get ready for some spy thrillers and Noir detective mysteries with The Man Called X, Secret Agent K7, Dangerous Assignments, Richard Diamond, Dick Tracy, The Avengers, Whistler, Shadow, Falcon, and Top Secret.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the Man Called X.
I'm very sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Thurston. Would you care to give me your order now?
Oh, later. Right now, you can bring me a dry martini with an onion.
Very good, Mr. Thurston. I shall be right. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Think nothing of it, my good woman?
Pagan, no.
Oh, hello, Mr. Thurston. I thought you were in South Africa.
I just got back. Well, you must have dug up a new tailor.
The suit? Oh, well, it's really... Feel the material.
Oh. How'd you do it? Bank robbery?
Mr. X, I'm going to become a millionaire.
Congratulations. How?
Very simple. Roulette.
Huh?
Sure, a friend of mine from Europe. He says that all you have to do is to... Mr. X, that man coming over here.
What about him?
He's after me.
Didn't you pay for the suit?
But this is no time for jokes. You gotta do something.
He looks pretty mad. All right, Pagan, grab yourself a taxi out there. I'll slow him down.
Mr. Thurston, if I get out of this, I swear by the father of my father.
Just a minute there.
Pardon me, please. I'm in a hurry.
Evidently. Since you didn't take the time to pay your check,
I intend to pay it when I come back. Now, if you don't mind.
maybe we'd better call the manager. I think he'll be interested in your intentions.
I do not wish to... too late. He's driving away.
Hmm? You trying to catch somebody?
Unquestionably, your interference was intentional. I saw Zellschmidt talking with you a moment ago.
So?
Fortunately, I think I know where he can be found.
Good.
But you, monsieur, you may discover that you have made a very bad enemy. Very bad indeed. Good day.
Several years back when he showed up in Washington. I don't know whether you remember him or not, Ken.
Dr. Wagner, sure, Chief, the French scientist.
That's right. Specialist in nuclear physics. He'd got out of France just one jump ahead of the Nazis.
Claimed he'd solved the nuclear reaction of hydrogen and helium, unlimited power without the need for uranium. Yeah, I remember him. That was early in 41, when John Public thought nuclear energy was scientific fiction. What happened to him?
Why, he died, Ken.
Oh?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago in French Guiana. A newspaper clipping came in yesterday.
What about his process? Did he leave any papers or notes?
According to this item, they were holding the stuff pending a claim by next of kin.
That's a pretty important secret to be kicking around for just anybody to get hold of.
Well, that's how it looked to me, Ken, so I cabled the authorities in French Guiana yesterday. Got an answer this morning. Said Dr. Wagner's papers had already been picked up, and by an operator from this bureau.
What?
Yes, Ken. And hang on to your hat. According to the cablegram, the name of the operator was Zellschmidt.
Pagan. Good Lord.
Yes, he's in plenty deep this time.
All right, Chief. I'm on my way. I'll be in touch with you.
Well, better phone me as soon as you get to French Guiana.
French Guiana. Chief, I'm going to Monte Carlo.
Ken, what in Sam Hill are you talking about?
So long, Chief.
The betting is closed. Sorry, monsieur. No more bets. Perhaps the next time. And the winning number is 23, red dot. Unfortunately, not covered. Faites bonjour, mesdames et messieurs.
You don't seem to be interested in roulette, monsieur.
Huh? Oh, I'm just a kibitzer met myself.
I probably shouldn't start a conversation with a complete stranger, but, well, here in Monte Carlo, we tend to become very informal.
A good system. I like it. You don't live here.
Oh, no, not here. Down the coast at Nice.
Oh.
My name is Jeanette Quayle, monsieur.
My name's Ken Thurston. How are you, Miss Quinn?
Place your bet, ladies and gentlemen. Quickly, please. Faites bonjour.
I've noticed you watching the little man with the beard at the next table.
Oh?
Is he a friend of yours by any chance?
No. Strange-looking fellow. You don't happen to know him?
No, Monsieur Thurston. Oh, pardon me, Mum. On number 13, croupier.
Oui, mademoiselle.
Your lucky number, Miss Quayle?
Why not? What might be unlucky for one could easily be very fortunate for another. Just a hunch.
The betting is closed. No more bets, please.
Yeah, I had a hunch myself a little while ago.
Oh? Did you play it?
Oh, no, not that kind. I had a hunch you were going to speak to me.
But why?
Well, I noticed you yesterday, sitting 3 tables away in a New York restaurant.
And the winning number is 7. Red and dot, not covered.
Too bad, Miss Quayle.
Oh, well, you can't win all the time. You're a very observant man, Monsieur Thurston. Perhaps we should have a long talk sometime. Au revoir.
Yeah. Au revoir, Jeanette. Well, now's as good a time as any for a showdown. I beg your pardon.
Huh? I don't know you, monsieur.
It's that beard of yours. I've been wanting to pull on it for the last 20 minutes.
I don't understand, monsieur.
You crooked, double-crossing little rat.
Huh?
All right, Pico, now come on out of that brush.
Listen, Mr. Thurston, you gotta save me.
Save you? I'm going to make sure you get 90 years. What did you do with those papers you stole?
I'm very glad you asked that, Mr. X. I think...
Risking the peace of the whole world. Impersonating a bureau operator.
But who else would I know how to talk like?
Pagon, you pulled some shady deals, but this is the worst one yet. Now you're in trouble.
But it was only a bet.
A bet?
Sure, this Baron Rutten bet me $5,000 I couldn't fool those people in French Guiana. What sucker. It was a cinch.
Yeah, it'll be a cinch for the state's attorney. The jury won't be out 5 minutes.
If you don't help me, I won't even live so long. They're gonna bump me off.
Good.
Maybe even worse.
Better yet.
Mr. X, how can you
Pagon, where are those papers of Dr. Wagner's?
That's the whole trouble. I haven't got them.
What?
I held them out on Baron Rutten. Just trying to make an honest dollar, you understand?
Honest dollar.
Is there any other car?
Never mind that. Where are they now?
I airmailed them to myself here in care of general delivery. They should come in the morning.
Well, for once that simple bird brain of yours made some accidental sense.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh,
X.
shut up.
If you will pardon, Monsieur Thurston,
Huh?
I have a message for you.
Yeah?
You're invited to join the Countess Corinne at her table across on the mezzanine.
Oh? Who's the Countess Corinne?
Monsieur, everyone knows the Countess.
That's so. All right. Tell the Countess I'll be over in a few minutes.
Oui, monsieur, merci.
Pagon, you probably heard of being boiled in oil.
Well, yes, but I don't...
Now, you go to your hotel room and wait for me. And if you step outside once, I'll show you at least 5 tricks that are a whole lot worse than boiling in oil.
One moment, monsieur. Your name is Thurston.
That's right.
Inspector Malmquist, Monaco Department of Police. I'd like to see your identification, please.
What for? The customs boys took care of all that.
As a matter of routine, yes, this is special. There has been a complaint.
Oh, by whom?
The complaint was made by me, Monsieur Thurston.
Oh, yeah. I take it you're the Baron Rutten.
That is correct. And a man who can be a very bad enemy.
Yeah, you told me that in New York. Well, what's the complaint, Inspector?
Your passport first, please. Thank you. Baron Routon believes you to be a jewel thief who was wanted by the Paris police a few years ago.
Well, ordinarily, I'd be willing to accept the Baron as an underworld authority, but right now I've got a date upstairs with the Countess Corinne.
Countess Corinne? You are a friend of hers?
I'm joining her at her invitation.
These papers seem to be quite in order. I'm afraid you made a mistake, Baron Breton.
Well, I did not realize.
My apologies, Mr. Thurston. If my department can be of service at any time, you have only to call on me.
Thanks, Inspector. I'll remember that. I may want to make a complaint myself sometime. Never know.
Oh, it's really no mystery at all, Monsieur Thurston. Jeanette is a guest at my villa down at Nice. She told me she'd met you, and I invited you to join me up here. Quite simple.
I see. Well, I'd have been here a little sooner if I hadn't been stopped at the bottom of the stairs by a gentleman named Malmquist.
Malmquist? Oh, yes, the police inspector. Something is wrong?
Oh, no, just a case of mistaken identity. Countess, do you happen to know Baron Routon?
Routon? No, I've never heard of him.
I was told you knew everybody in Monte Carlo.
Oh, hardly, Monsieur Thurston. People come and go in Monaco. They make a fortune or lose one. And either way, you never see them again.
Well, the world is pretty much the same way. On a bigger scale.
I suppose so. When you think about it, life itself is a kind of tremendous roulette wheel. People bouncing around the rim and not having a great deal to say about the matter.
That's quite an idea. And it doesn't offer much incentive for living, does it?
Why not? Everyone has the same chance.
Well, maybe, except once in a while, somebody discovers a new way to fix the wheel, so nobody has a chance.
Fix the wheel?
Countess Corinne, one sure method to make zero come up on the next spin would be a new kind of nuclear weapon. Hagon, open up. Hagon! Well.
Won't you come in, Monsieur Thurston?
Thanks, Jeanette. Of course, I could have the wrong room. You don't look much like Pagon Zellschmidt.
Oh, I hope not. Then you did know the little man with the beard.
Bound to be both did. Oh, looks like you've been pretty busy.
Bad guessing. The room was torn up this way when I got here.
Oh? Where's Pagon? Under the bed?
No, I already looked. He seems to have stepped out, Ken. I suppose you're here after the same thing I am.
It's a little hard to say. What are you after?
Oh, all right. Be difficult. Anyway, someone has already beaten us to it.
Could be. At least Pagon didn't walk out of here by choice, so where do we go from here?
Oh, maybe a lot of places if I knew you better. But I don't yet, so...
You're not leaving already?
I thought I might. You wouldn't detain a lady, Ken.
It depends. I'd detain anybody to stop the wagon of formula from being turned loose on the world.
I think you would. Well, I don't have it. You can take my word for that. Unless, of course, you'd care to search me. No. You're really quite trusting. Very likely we'll see each other again. So I hope you won't mind if I say good night now, Mr. X.
Now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall.
I must still regard this as highly irregular, Mr. Thurston, even though the postmaster did authorize it.
Relax, there's nothing to worry about. Here, hand me that jar of paste.
I must say that in 20 years' service with this post office, I have never done anything so unorthodox before.
Then it's about time. You ought to get out of your rut once in a while. Now we'll seat it up again. So. And it looks as good as it ever did. Here you are.
tampering with the Monaco mail. A very serious thing. Very serious.
Wait a minute. Here he comes now. I'll stand here by the door out of sight. You're on your own.
Good morning. You don't have to have some mail for Mr. Pagan Zellschmidt, do you? That's me, you understand?
Well, of course, we don't ordinarily open for another 5 minutes yet, but... Oh, yes. Here's the letter. Z.E. Zellschmidt. It's airmail from New York.
That's it. I mean, that's me. You couldn't just keep it a couple of days, could you?
Oh, good heavens, no. Be very irregular. Here you are.
Do you think maybe there's a policeman around here somewhere?
Oh, my, no. I haven't seen a gendarme all morning.
Oh. Well, goodbye, old friend.
Goodbye, Mr. Zellschmidt. Old friend?
Hello, Pagan.
Mr. Thurston. Wait, look out!
Down, Pagan.
Oh! It's Baron Rutten. He's the one who brought me here.
Yes. Yes, it was Baron Rutten.
Mr. Thurston, I swear by the father of my father...
So help me, Pagan, if you don't tell the truth, all of it, I'll mop up this hotel room with you.
Even after I saved your life.
You saved nothing. I knew you'd never walk into that post office alone. Where were you all night, anyway?
Lying unconscious in some filthy dungeon where that Baron Rutten put me after he dragged me out of this hotel.
See anybody besides Rutten?
Only some rats. They chewed on my beard.
Pagan, how's Jeanette figure in this?
I don't know. I met her on a plane from New York. She was so charming.
And you were so talkative. So that's how she found out about me.
Mr. X, I swear I didn't...
All right, Pagan. Let's get this straight. Rutten looked you up in New York and made you a $5,000 bet. You went to French Guiana, picked up Wagner's papers, came back to New York, and gave them to Rutten. But you held out one envelope marked secret.
I only wanted to do my duty, Mr. Thurston.
Yeah, you only wanted to soak him for more money later. Okay. So Rutten found out what you'd done and turned on the heat. You mailed the envelope here to Monaco and grabbed a plane over. How did Rutten know you'd come here?
I guess because he was the one who told me about the roulette system.
What was this system, anyway?
Oh, it's very simple, Mr. Thurston. You go to table number 7 in the casino and wait until 23 comes up on the wheel. Then you play 13 3 times and 0 once.
That all?
Oh, sure. Baron Rutten said I could make $1 million, maybe $2 million. Why don't we go down and try it, Mr. X?
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Good, I'll get my coat.
What for? You're not going anywhere.
But...
Don't leave the room, Pagan. See you later.
Oh.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Bet bonjour.
100 francs on number 13 again, croupier.
Monsieur has a fondness for number 13.
Well, call it a hunch. Not a very lucky one so far.
One never knows, monsieur. This time, perhaps. And the winning number is 26, red even. Too bad, monsieur.
Oh, well, that's the way with hunches.
Perhaps monsieur would like to try number 13 again?
No, this time I think I'll play a 0.
Monsieur intends to play 0?
That's right.
But monsieur, no one wins on 0. Very well, monsieur. Ladies and gentlemen, this wheel is temporarily closed. Your bets will be taken by any of the other tables. And now, monsieur, you will come with me, please?
Why not? This is one hunch that looks as though it may have a payoff.
And so here I was sitting completely rejected, all alone in this dirty little hotel room. And then you come in. Jeanette.
Please, Mr. Zellschmidt.
Why don't you call me Pagan, or better yet, Ducky?
Ducky?
Well, why not? There's nobody here but just us, baby.
You're so right, Ducky.
Why don't we sit over here, hmm?
Well, if you want to. Only wait till I get my purse.
Purse? What for?
I want to show you something in it. Oh. What's here on the dresser?
Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Just a letter I got at the post office this morning. What are you going to show me?
I'm afraid you'll laugh at me. It's so silly. See?
A billiard ball. But what's that for?
Well, you see, it's rather heavy. So it sags in the bottom of the purse. Then, when I take hold of the top, like this, and swing it...
Wait!
Up, you see how simple it is. Thanks a lot for the letter, Ducky.
We have arrived, monsieur.
About time. We've been walking through half the town.
1 moment, please.
Oh, hello, Pierre. Mr. Thurston.
Inspector Malmquist.
Monsieur played the correct list of numbers.
Correctly? I don't know what you're talking about.
I think I do. That'll be all, Pierre. Good night.
But, monsieur,
Why don't we sit down, Inspector?
There's evidently some mistake here.
I don't think so. It's an old trick among espionage agents. Getting in touch with one another by playing a certain sequence of numbers at some designated roulette wheel.
Now, look here.
This one happened to be rigged up for Pagan Zellschmidt. The idea being to eliminate him after he'd done that job in French Guiana. And you'd forgotten to let Pierre know the deal was off.
Are you implying that a man in my position...
Just what is your position, Inspector? I checked with the Monaco police today. They've never heard of you.
You have Dr. Wegener's papers.
That's right. All I need now is the brain behind this thing. Somehow I don't think that you or Baron Rutan fits the bill. Well, any answer there?
You drive so fast. Such a rough road. I don't see why you can't drive slow, Mr. Thurston.
Pagan, we may be too late now.
Nobody's going to steal that villa down in Nice. And besides, every time we hit a bump, my stomach flies up and bruises my brain.
May knock some sense into it.
Unkindness. I never get any sympathy.
You don't have any coming after what you pulled off.
But, Mr. X, I didn't give her the letter. She took it away from me with brute force and a billiard ball.
I'm talking about you stealing Wagner's papers.
I didn't know what I was doing. I was strictly non-compos corpus.
Tell the judge that.
Oh, and besides, I thought it was only a bet. I didn't know what it was all about.
No, I don't think you did. And that's the only thing that may save you.
I knew you would fix it, won't you, Mr. Thurston? My very dear friend.
I don't know, Pagan. That depends on the way things turn out. When we get to Nice.
Mr. X, can't this car go any faster?
Would you like some more coffee, Monsieur Thurston? Another sandwich, perhaps?
No, thanks, Countess.
Monsieur Zellschmidt?
I don't mind if I do. They're very small. Thank you.
This visit is really a most unexpected pleasure, Monsieur Thurston. But I feel somehow that you have something to discuss which you have not mentioned.
As a matter of fact, I have, Countess Corinne. I thought we might talk about the Wagner formula for nuclear reaction. Or haven't you had time to open the letter yet?
What letter do you mean?
The one you took away from Jeanette when she came back here about an hour ago.
You are very clever, monsieur. How did you find out about me?
Now, you might say Inspector Malmquist gave you away.
He would not dare talk.
No, he didn't. But when I mentioned his name to you in the casino last night, you verified that phony title of Inspector. Remember? I hope you haven't made the mistake of killing Jeanette.
I had not yet decided what to do with her. She's locked in the third room down the hall.
Go get her, Pagan.
Whatever you say, Mr. Thurston, but if you hear a noise like a billiard ball, you better come up and pick me up.
Baron Rutan, Inspector Malmquist and the Countess Corinne. You're quite a trio.
I should not have worked with such stupid assistants. That was my mistake. We could do much better, Ken.
Oh, sure, yes. We make a great team.
You don't seem to understand. The person who controls the Wagner formula controls the world. Don't you realize what that means?
I realize exactly what it means. That's why I'm here.
I see. Well, I suppose I may as well accept the fact that you won't change your mind.
And, of course, you're planning to break through that door.
From where you are sitting, you can't stop me without shooting. And I don't think you will.
Mr. X, you're going to let her get away.
Stop her, Ken. She's got the formula.
You're both wrong.
But she keeps a plane out there. She knows how to fly it.
She'll need to know more than that with a half-dozen men of the French Sûreté sitting out there waiting for her.
But...
And as for the papers, one man's already died for. I have them here.
You took them away from her.
Pagon, I took them away from you.
Huh?
I've had that sealed envelope since this morning in the post office. There was nothing in the letter you picked up but a folded newspaper.
Well, it was a very dirty trick to let me get... Wait a minute. Jeanette. She's another one, Mr. X. Grab her.
Nice idea, Pagon, only it's pretty rough treatment for the daughter of a prominent French scientist.
You? Dr. Wagner?
How did you find out, Ken?
I didn't. I was guessing. But there's a strong family resemblance, and I couldn't see how you figured in this any other way.
Well, I've been a guest to the Countess for several months. That's how she found out about my father's formula.
Jeanette, you knew who I was. Why'd you keep on fighting me? You had a legal claim to the papers.
Yes, but I didn't know whether you'd want to do the same thing with them that I do.
Oh, and what's that?
Destroy them. I know how my father felt during the last months of his life. I had letters from him. Ken, burn that envelope, please. Don't even open it.
I'm afraid that's impossible, Jeanette. I've already opened it.
Oh, no.
Mr. Thurston, that was dishonest.
Pagon, don't tempt me.
Too late. Oh, it's horrible.
That depends. Inside of this envelope is something that's already caused the death of one man. And will probably send 2 others to prison. Like to have a look at it? Here.
Mr. X.
There's nothing but ashes.
That's right. I think Dr. Wagner knew we'd understand what he was doing.
Then he destroyed it himself.
You've got plenty of reason to be proud of your father, Jeanette. He was a great man. With death staring him in the face, he deliberately wiped his name off the list of the world's immortals because he felt it was best for his fellow human beings. No small man could do that. The secret will be found again someday by somebody else. But before that happens, oh, if only we'll have the sense to grow up. Stop gambling the future of the whole human race on a wheel where every number is 0.
Now, Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, our story is called All That Glitters. And I think you'll enjoy it because it's packed full of excitement and mystery. As usual, Leon Belasco will be along as Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you? When next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. And so until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used are fictitious. Any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Thursday, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR, brought to you by G3PL.com.
Subscribe for more videos.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. Here is K7.
Ladies and gentlemen, recently my old friend, Special Agent B9, sent me the case history of how a master spy was brought into a country. The plot was carefully worked out, and, but for the patriotism of a naturalized citizen, it would have been successful. Had it been, military secrets of great importance would have gone to an enemy nation. As usual, John Holbrook will introduce the story.
Thank you, K7. Special Agent B9 and his young assistant, Rita Drake, have just arrived in a famous seaport city after an ocean crossing. It's the evening of their first night ashore, and we find them dining together at the small, exclusive hotel where Rita is staying.
Well, the food is delicious here, B9. Oh, I forgot to tell you. When I registered, I found a letter from Dad waiting for me.
A letter from your father? Good. Yes, waiter, what is it?
This note was just delivered, monsieur. The man is outside.
Thank you.
I wonder who it's from.
I don't know. We'll soon find out. Well, this is unusual. It's from the old customs man who examined our luggage this morning. I told you that he was an old friend of mine.
What does he want?
He's waiting in the lobby, Rita. He says that he must talk to me. That's strange. Waiter.
Yes, monsieur?
Have the man who gave you this letter taken to my rooms and tell him that we will join him in just a few minutes.
A few minutes later, the old customs inspector sat opposite B9 and Rita and told his story.
When I saw you come ashore this morning, Special Agent B9, I knew that you could help me.
I'll do anything I can, Inspector Versal. Suppose you tell us your story.
I will try to make it short, but it goes back a long time. Did you know that I am a naturalized citizen?
No, I didn't know. Of course, your name...
It tells you the country of my birth. I came here as a young man, B9. This is my country now. My son died for it in the Great War. He was about the age of this young girl.
I'm sorry, Inspector.
I tell you because I want you to know I am a patriot. I have a brother still in my old land. He is younger.
And this story involves him?
Yes. Last week, a man who called himself Yondon came to my home. He told me that another man, a spy named Haglund, would soon come to this country. I am to help him through the customs. And if I don't, my brother in the old country is to be seized.
So they want to use you. Now, what was your answer, Inspector Versal?
I did not believe such things could happen. I thought it was a bluff. I threw the man Yondon out of my house.
I don't blame you. It doesn't seem possible they could be so mean. When no country...
Hey, wait, mademoiselle. Yesterday, I received this letter. It is from my brother. He needs my help. Read it. He has been seized and placed in a camp. B9, can you help me? Yondon is coming for my answer tomorrow night.
He's coming to your house again tomorrow night?
Yes.
And Miss Drake and I will also be there.
Next night, B9 and Rita waited at Inspector Brazal's home. B9 concealed himself in a position where he could hear everything. The spy arrived about 9 o'clock. He came directly to the point.
I've come for your answer. What is it going to be?
I don't know.
You heard from your brother, didn't you?
Yes, I had a letter from him.
Then you had better make up your mind quickly. Haglund is already on the way here. His ship docks in 3 days. Unless you let him in?
I'll let him through the customs. I'll do it. On one condition.
What is that condition?
That you furnish proof that my brother has been released and put over the border into another country before Haglund's ship docks.
You think you can bargain for your brother's release?
Otherwise, I will see that your spy Haglund is seized. My brother must be allowed out of his own country and into one where he will be free. He must also be allowed to carry his money and possessions with him.
I take your message to our leader. That is all I can do.
Tell him that I mean business. And unless my brother is freed, I will expose the spy. That is all. Good night.
B9 knew that the spy, Haglund's entrance into the country, was important to the nation employing him. Otherwise, they would not have gone to such lengths to ensure his landing. He also guessed right in assuming that a bargain could be made. For 2 days later, the old inspector read him a cablegram which he received.
My brother is safe, B9. This cablegram came from him in a neutral country. See, it says, everything all right. I arrived here safely this morning.
All that remains now is for us to capture Haglund. First, however, I want to find out why he's here.
Do you know anything about him?
No, but a friend of mine, K7, is checking on him. I may have some information before the boat docks tomorrow. I'll see you then. Good night, Inspector.
That night, a new element of mystery arose. K7 learned that a famous aviation expert, whose name was really Haglund, was supposed to be aboard the incoming ship. He was coming to purchase military planes for his government. Was he a spy in disguise, or was he the real expert? What was the answer to the riddle? If K7 and B9 could have known what was happening on the darkened deck of the incoming liner, some 300 miles at sea, their problem would have been answered. 2 men walked the deck. One was a spy. The other, the real expert, Haglund.
Pardon, you're Monsieur Haglund, the aviation expert?
Yes, but how did you know that?
It's my business to know. I have a gun, Haglund. Give me your passport and papers.
What are you doing?
Give me your passport and papers.
Yes, but...
Give them to me.
Here, take them. Do not put that gun in my ribs.
Now turn around.
What are you going to do?
From now on, I am Haglund, the aviation expert. I'm going to kill you and throw you overboard.
No, you can't.
Goodbye, Haglund. You are getting off the ship here.
Early the next morning, before the murder was discovered, the spy, posing under the name of the expert Haglund, landed. The old inspector saw him through the customs and learned that he was going to a great airplane plant the next day. This information he gave to B9 a few hours later.
Did you see him when he landed?
Yes, and I recognized him. His every move was being watched. We've found out a great deal since the ship docked, Inspector. He's not only a spy, he's a murderer.
You have found out that?
We suspect it. One passenger was missing, Inspector. Unless K7 and I are wrong, the spy killed Haglund and took his papers. Now, what did you learn?
I followed your instructions. I told him that I would work with him, that I would do anything. And because I put him through the customs, he believed me. He even told me where he was going.
Where is he going?
To the aviation plant. He goes there tomorrow. He will study blueprints, take pictures. Tomorrow night he comes to my house. I am to take his pictures and get them on board an outgoing ship.
So that's his plan. I doubt that he will ever reach your home tomorrow night, Inspector.
But he said he would come, that I was to take the plans.
Yes, but tomorrow morning when he reaches the airplane factory, I'll be waiting for him.
The next morning, Rita and B9 were at the airplane plant early. It was arranged for B9 to take the place of the chief engineer for the day. Rita posed as his secretary. Together, the two made their preparations as they waited for the spy to arrive.
Put the blueprints of the new planes there on the desk, Rita. There. I guess we're ready.
He should be here in a minute, B9.
Yes. You'd better go outside to your desk. Remember, as soon as he arrives, show him in. After he's been with me a minute or two, then ring my telephone.
I'll call you. Good luck.
A few minutes later, the spy arrived and was shown in.
Mr. Haglund is here.
I'm glad to know you, Haglund. That will be all, Miss Drake.
I see you're ready for me. Blueprints.
Yes. Since your government is interested in buying our planes, I thought you would like to study their specifications before we go to the test field.
Yes, that is a good idea. You are thoughtful. These are very interesting.
Let me explain... Oh, pardon me while I answer them. Hello? I'm busy, but... yes, I'll come out for a minute. Will you excuse me? I've been called out. I'll only be gone 10 minutes or so. It'll give you time to go over the blueprint.
Not at all, not at all. I should be most busy. These prints, they interest me.
I'll hurry back.
Take your time.
It was a trap. Once outside the office, B9 and Rita watched cautiously over a transom. The spy worked fast. He took a small camera from under his coat and photographed one blueprint after another. B9 and Rita watched him work. As he finished, they stepped into the office with leveled revolvers.
All right, Haglund, put up your hands.
What is the meaning of this?
Take his camera, Rita. Give it to her, Haglund.
This is an insult. I will see my country's ambassador.
You have no country. You're a spy.
You cannot prove it. As chief engineer of this
I am
plant,
not chief engineer. I am Special Agent B9. And you are the master spy, Zaro Rodenwald.
What are you going to do with me?
I arrest you for the murder of the aviation engineer, Stefan Haglund.
And I suppose you think that a court will believe that charge?
I think so. We have just found a deckhand who witnessed that murder, Rodenwald. At first he was frightened, but now he's ready to talk. You're under arrest.
The spy Rodenwald was convicted on the civil charge. There are many spies at work today. They seek information of mobilization plans, shipyards and aeroplane factories, coast defenses, munition centers, and details of new guns. They work against the peace of the world, and their activities must be stopped. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell. First, a word from the Ford dealers of America.
Everyone's saying that the 50 Ford is a great car. Listen to what Mr. W. Henderson of Pomona, California, one of more than 470,000 owners of new Fords, says.
Last January, I bought a new 1950 Ford six-cylinder two-door. This car is truly a pleasure to drive, and its economy's wonderful. I've driven it about 6,000 miles in city and country driving, an average over 21 miles per gallon. It rides quiet and steers easily, too.
Yes, the owner of a 1950 Ford knows the real meaning of economy. He'll tell you that his big new Ford is low in first cost, inexpensive to maintain, and thrifty to operate. But find out for yourself. Stop at your nearest Ford dealers and get the facts on Ford economy. Then get in the driver's seat and test drive the big new Ford for 50.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Steve!
Well, what part of the world do I head for to get shot at this time?
You've been hounding me for a vacation lately, haven't you?
Sure, but that hound is a barking dog. You never bite.
You've got a vacation coming to you. Go ahead and take it.
Come again?
You heard me. Take your vacation.
Are you kidding?
Of course not. There's just one condition.
I should have known. What is it?
I picked the spot. Alaska.
Alaska? Now, look. If I'm taking a vacation, I'd like to go somewhere and bake in the sun.
Haven't you ever heard of baked Alaska?
Oh, you're in real great form today.
Look, do you want this vacation or don't you?
Do I have a choice?
No.
That's what I thought. Well, you're sure, of course, that it is a vacation.
You know, you're a very suspicious man. Sure, it's a vacation. Of course, there is the matter of the two missing scientists.
Oh, great. My vacation has just turned into a busman's holiday. Okay, let's have it.
Probably nothing to it, really. Just a simple matter.
Sure. Just a simple matter. But somebody will probably have me chained to a sinking iceberg before it's over.
Steve, a week ago, two scientists went to Alaska. An ex-Nazi named Dr. Herman Kreutzer, who's been denazified, we think, and a younger man, a nuclear physicist, Dr. William Peters.
Why'd they go up there?
To conduct experiments on the effect of water temperature on a new theory of submarine detection. They were to be gone 3 months. 2 days ago was Peter's wedding anniversary. He'd promised to call his wife on that day. She didn't hear from him.
Well, a guy forgets to call his wife, so you send me to Alaska?
When Mrs. Peters didn't hear from him, she got worried and flew to Fairbanks. She's there now, waiting to meet you.
You think these two scientists stumbled onto something important up there, huh?
I don't know anything about it, Steve, other than what I've just told you. But I can't help thinking that...
Sure. Now, when you think, I move. Okay, Alaska it is.
Mrs. Peters is at the Waterfield Hotel in Fairbanks. Well, that's it, Steve. You've got your your vacation. Good luck.
You are listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment.
Sure, I've got myself a vacation. A big, fat week. Nothing to do but enjoy myself. Plus, of course, the little matter of locating two missing scientists in an area big as most of Europe put together. Well, it's Wednesday when I get to my destination. Mrs. Peters is waiting for me in her hotel room.
I'm so glad you're here to help, Mr. Mitchell. I've been worried sick. Oh, I know it sounds silly. Call it a premonition or a woman's intuition or whatever you want, but I think something's happened to Bill and Dr. Kreutzer.
Well, it could have slipped his mind.
Bill is a scientist, Mr. Mitchell. He never forgets anything.
I understand he's a nuclear physicist.
That's right.
Seems a little strange that he should come up here with Dr. Kreutzer when the purpose of the trip had nothing to do with his specialty.
He's been working very hard lately. He thought the change would do him good.
How long has your husband known this Dr. Kreutzer?
Ever since Kreutzer came to the United States, shortly after the war.
You know much about Kreutzer?
No, hardly anything. But Bill seemed to take a liking to him right from the first.
He ever talked to you about Kreutzer's political beliefs?
No. As a matter of fact, Bill has always avoided any political discussion.
I see. Well, have you any leads that I can follow?
Yes, this postcard. It's from Bill. Mailed the day he arrived.
From here in Fairbanks?
No, from a place called Cordova. He mentioned staying at a Mrs. Ludwig's boarding house there.
Cordova. Let's see. I've got a map of Alaska here someplace. Yeah. Yeah, here we are. Cordova's a town south of here on the coast. Incidentally, take a look at these pictures they gave me in the States. One's your husband and the other's Dr. Kreutzer. Are they reasonably good likenesses?
Yes, they are, Mr. Mitchell.
Well, I'm going to fly down to Cordova and talk to this Mrs. Ludwig at her boarding house, and I'll let you know if I turn up anything there.
I come. Yes?
You run this boarding house?
I am Mrs. Ludwig. You want a room?
Well, I want some information about two ex-boarders, Kreutzer and Peters.
Who are you?
Steve Mitchell. I'm a friend of theirs.
Then I want to talk to you, Mr. Mitchell.
Well, that makes it mutual.
Come in. Yes, I want very much to talk to a friend of Kreutzer and Peters.
Why?
Because they skip out of here without paying their bill.
Oh.
Now, if you are a friend of theirs, maybe you pay for it.
Well, how much is it?
Room and board, 3 days for the two of them, $30.
So they only stayed here 3 days, huh?
Yeah, and that is not bad enough for them to skip out without paying. They have to check in at the Atlas Hotel for another day, but they pay over there.
Wait a minute, let's get this straight.
Yeah.
They leave this boarding house, check in at the Atlas Hotel, and leave again after a day there?
Yeah.
Well, how long ago did they spend this day at the hotel?
3 days ago.
Did they leave any forwarding address there?
No, that I check. The clerk is a friend of mine. But he told me that they leave no address. Now, about this money they owe, you take care of it?
Well, I'll make a deal with you, Mrs. Ludwig. I'll take care of their bill if you can give me any more leads about them.
Leads? What is this leads?
Well, what I mean is...
Woman, I thought you told me you were going to clean up my room this day.
I am. I can't do 2 things at once, Mr. Campbell. I get around to it as soon as I have time.
Well, for the price a man pays here, he's a right to expect a little service.
You don't like it here, you move.
I have a good mind to.
Hey, wait a minute.
Are you addressing me?
Yeah, look, you're a boarder here. Maybe you heard the 2 guys I'm looking for talking about where they were going.
Without knowing whom you're looking for, I couldn't say.
This is Mr. Mitchell. He says he's a friend of Kreutzer and Peters, the 2 that skipped out a few days ago.
Mr. Mitchell, I've got no time to indulge in idle gossip. I'm a hard-working lumberman.
Yeah, I figured that without your telling me.
What do you mean by that?
That pine smell sticks out all over you. But if you could just tell me anything that you might have heard them say...
I've got no information that'll help you.
Nice, friendly guy.
Well, he pays his rent, which is more than your friends did. Now, are you going to pay their bill or not?
Okay. And I'll take a room here, too. Now, is there anyone else who might have information about Kreutzer and Peters?
Mr. Julian used to talk to them now and then. He's another boarder. Runs a shoe repair shop down the street.
Mr. Julian. Okay, I'll check with him.
Just a minute.
Well, you think of something else?
Yeah. If you want a room here, it's cash in advance.
Yes, he'll be right with you.
Okay.
What can I do for you, sir?
Your name Julian?
Yeah.
I'm Steve Mitchell. Nice little place you've got here.
Well, thanks, Mr. Mitchell. Yeah, I finally got in the place in pretty good shape.
Yeah. I see you've been doing a little remodeling.
Heavy machinery is hard on these pine floors. I have to put in new flooring every now and then.
You know, the smell from these boards remind me of one Mr. Campbell.
Oh, you know Campbell?
Yeah. I just met him at Mrs. Ludwig's. About as friendly as a clam, isn't he?
He's not what you'd call talkative. Mr. Mitchell, I don't think that you came here either to talk about Mr. Campbell or to have your shoes fixed. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm trying to locate two friends of mine, Kreutzer and Peters. Mrs. Ludwig told me that you'd talked to them a couple of times at the boarding house, and I thought maybe you could help me. Go ahead and wait on your customers. I'm in no hurry.
All right.
Do you sell shoes here?
Only second-hand unclaimed pairs.
They're in the window.
Yeah, help yourself, please. Be right with you in just a minute.
All right.
Mr. Mitchell, are you sure that you're a friend of Kreutzer and Peters?
Yeah. Why?
Because I think I know where you might find your friends.
Where?
I heard them speak of going to see a girl named Christine Beauvais, I think they called her, up in Anchorage. I didn't say anything to Mrs. Ludwig about it because if they want to leave without paying their bill, that's their business. I'm a shoe repair man, not a debt collector.
Christine Beauvais. How long ago was that?
Oh, 4 days ago. Yeah, I remember. Because that was the day that we had the scare about the submarine.
What submarine?
Oh, a couple of fishermen sighted what they thought was a periscope close offshore. We've had several reports like that up here lately.
Yeah, we've had them all over lately. Okay, thanks, Julian. I'll see you around. Well, I never thought I'd find a Chinese puzzle in Alaska, but it sure looks like I'm staring one in the face right now. Two scientists take off for Alaska on a 3-month trip. They skip out of a boarding house in Cordova, check in and out of the Atlas Hotel in the same town, then head for Anchorage to see a girl named Christine Beauvais. At this point, I don't even have a glimmer of what's behind it all, but I do know my next stop is Anchorage. It's dark when I get there, and I look up Christine Beauvais in the phone book and go on over.
Yeah?
Are you Christine Beauvais?
Sure. Come on in.
I'm trying to get a line on a couple of friends of mine.
I know a lot of guys.
Their names are Kreutzer and Peters.
Never heard of them.
Look, they supposedly came here to Anchorage to see you.
I tell you, I don't know them.
Yeah, well, they were talking about coming to see you.
Beat it.
Oh, Chris.
I said beat it.
All right. But if you change your mind, I'm staying at Mrs. Ludwig's boarding house in Cordova.
You heard me. Get lost.
Add another piece to the puzzle. Why did Christine lie about knowing Kreutzer and Peters? I go down the street a ways, and I wait. A few minutes later, she comes out and takes off along the boardwalk. I follow. Suddenly, she darts into an alley. I speed up and turn in. It's dark in there, but enough light to tell me that she's disappeared and that it's a blind alley. Then I hear the car behind me. I whirl around. It's just entering the alley, heading for me, and the alley's just wide enough for that car. There's no room left over for me and nowhere to go. I'm trapped.
In a moment, you will hear the second act of Dangerous Assignment after this brief message from the Ford dealers of America.
When you want the facts about a car, it pays to go to the people who know. And this year, the folks who have had a chance to compare the new Ford are saying that it is the finest car Ford has ever turned out. Yes, ask any Ford owner, any garage mechanic, any filling station operator, and you'll soon learn that the beautiful new Ford is tops for comfort, for performance, for safety, and for economy. They'll tell you what a thrill it is to drive this great car. They'll talk about its power and the way it stands up under all kinds of driving conditions. And they'll give you the facts about Ford economy. For this car is low in first cost and high in resale value. It's inexpensive to maintain and thrifty on gas and oil. But see, hear, and feel the difference yourself. Before you buy any car at any price, stop at your local Ford dealers and test drive the big new 1950 Ford.
And now, here is the second act of Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
The car keeps coming down the alley toward me. It's no use to flatten myself against the wall. Then I spot a side door in the building. Locked. I throw my weight against it. Car's right on top of me now. The door gives just in time. The car screeches to a stop. Jams into reverse. Hightails back out of the alley, but not before I've spotted the guy inside. It's the man who came into the shoe shop while I was talking to Julian. So,
I'd been followed even then. But why? It's morning when I get back to Mrs. Ludwig's boarding house in Cordova, and she's talking to a tall, skinny gent.
The cost of that.
Mr. Mitchell, this is Fred, the boatman. He's got some information about your deadbeat friends.
What is it, Fred?
Well, I make my living renting boats, see?
Uh-huh.
Well, 4 days ago, this Kreutzer and Peters came to me and wanted to rent a boat, see?
Yeah.
They wanted to go fishing, they said. So I rent them a boat, see?
Well, what about it?
Well, that's what I'd like to know. They never bring it back, see? This morning, I find it hung up on a rocky point south of town.
Uh-oh. No sign of the two of them?
Nothing. No. So my boat's ruined, see? And nobody to pay for it.
Wait a minute. The day they rented that boat, was that by any chance the day a sub was sighted off the coast?
Why, let's see. 4 days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was.
I call him.
Why, what's that got to do with it?
Sure.
That's what I'm wondering. See?
Mr. Mitchell!
Yeah.
Telephone!
For me?
That's what the lady said. Steve Mitchell.
Okay. Hello.
This is Christine Beauvais, Mr. Mitchell.
Christine Beauvais. Well, this is one call I never thought I'd be getting.
I couldn't talk to you at my apartment last night. I was afraid.
Afraid of what?
Someone's been following me.
Oh, is that why you ducked into that alley?
Yeah, I knew they were after me. But I managed to get away from them.
I was almost not so lucky.
Mr. Mitchell, will you meet me at Pete's bar tonight? I want to tell you something about Kreutzer and Peters.
So you do know them?
Of course. When you asked me about it last night, I was afraid you were working with the men who'd been after me. I'll tell you all about it tonight.
Okay. I'll be waiting there at 8. See you then.
Howdy, friend. What's it gonna be?
Brother, I know where you're from. Texas.
Nope. Oklahoma.
Uh-oh.
Just across the line. On a windy day, we could hear them Texans talk, though. Friend, if you think I talk funny, you ought to hear the accent on them Texans.
Yeah?
Your name Mitchell?
Uh-huh.
Some high-stepping fella left you a message.
Oh, what is it?
She wants you to meet her at the cannery.
The cannery? Where's that?
Out on the pier yonder. Can't miss it.
Wonder why she wants me to meet her there.
Friend, I don't ask no one no questions. You want to do your sparkling and canneries? Well, that's your business. But me, son, I'll take it.
Wait a minute. When this filly, as you call her, came in, was a man following her?
Friend, if I hadn't been on duty, I'd have followed her myself. But not to the cannery. Me, I'd have followed...
Yeah. Here. That's for the drink.
Better have a refill, friend. Might kill your sense of smell.
What do you mean?
You get a whiff of the cannery, you know what I mean.
The cannery on the pier is dark. I spot a side door, open it, and the aroma of fish almost knocks me down. Suddenly, a hand closes around my mouth, pulling my head back. A gun jams into my back. Through the fish smell, I can catch a whiff of something else, a familiar smell I can't take. Then the gun eases a little. There's a flashlight outside, steps along the pier, probably the night watchman. The killer's waiting until he passes. I can't call out. My only chance is to make noise somehow. Then my eye catches a glint of shiny metal, a stack of tin cans near me. I drop to one knee and grab the hand over my mouth. The guy goes flying. The gunman takes off through the darkened cannery. I try to follow, but I bump into every hunk of junk in the place. He gets away. Oh, Christine Beauvais was just a decoy. But again comes the big question. Why? By now I'm tired of asking myself, so I decide to ask the commissioner. Commissioner?
Oh, yes, Steve. I'm glad you called. I've been trying to get in touch with you. What have you got so far?
Well, I thought I had the whole deal figured out, Commissioner, but it just blew up in my face.
What do you mean?
Well, put it together this way. 2 scientists come up here. One of them is an ex-Nazi. Those boys have a reputation of selling out to the highest bidder.
So?
The other's the nuclear physicist who avoids the mention of politics. So they disappear from a rooming house, pop up at a hotel near the waterfront. They check out of that hotel, and somewhere along the line, they rent a boat to go fishing. Now, that boat turns up later, but they don't. And along about this time, there's a submarine sighted off the coast.
Steve.
Yeah, I thought our boys had had a change of heart and decided to leave the country. But what happened a half an hour ago changed my mind.
What do you mean?
Somebody tried to kill me in a cannery. Now, if the scientists had left, the deal would be all over, then why the attempt on my life?
Now, that's the point, Steve. Kreutzer and Peters haven't left the country. That's why I've been trying to reach you. 3 days ago, they checked into a hotel in Victoria, British Columbia.
What?
They also dipped down to Seattle. At last report, they were heading north again.
Well, they could be collecting information from various points.
And that was my thought. Maybe they're still planning on leaving the country after they've collected the information. If that's true, you've got to stop them.
Yeah, first I've got to find them.
Any leads at all?
Well, I've only got one left. They checked in and out of the Atlas Hotel here in Cordova a few days ago. I'll go over there now. There's just a bare possibility that they may be back.
Where are you now, Steve?
I'm at Mrs. Ludwig's boarding house.
What's the matter?
Somebody just came in the front door. I'll call you back. Well, Mr. Campbell, the lumberman.
Oh, it's the man Mitchell, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the man Mitchell. You out kind of late tonight for a hard-working lumberman, aren't you?
I believe a man has a right to take a walk in the evening if he wants.
That all depends on where he walks. You weren't by any chance taking a walk down near the cannery, were you?
Now, why would I be walking down there?
That's just what I'm wondering.
I'll thank you to mind your own business, Mr. Mitchell.
You know, that's just what I'm trying to do. Well, sweet dreams, Campbell.
Okay, I'm coming. Sick and tired. I'm sleeping and here rings a bell. What do you want?
Look, a couple of guys stayed here at the Atlas Hotel about 4 days ago. Their names were Kreutzer and Peters. Do you remember them?
Did you haul me out of bed just to ask me about them? All I know is they stayed here a day and then they left.
I know, but there's a chance that they may come back here. Now, I want you to take a look at these pictures. And if you ever see these guys again, there's $20 in it if you let me know right away.
What do you mean, see them again? Let me take a look here. I never seen them guys in picture before in all my life.
What? But this is Kreutzer and Peters.
Yeah? Well, them pictures ain't the guys who registered as Kreutzer and Peters.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, sure, I'm sure.
I see. Well, thanks a lot.
Go on away.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Mitchell.
Julian, you're working a little late tonight, huh?
Yeah. Seems like everybody in Cordova needs new half-soles. Shoes don't last long in this country.
Julian, I want you to take a good look at these pictures I've got.
Oh, sure. What about them?
Are they Kreutzer and Peters?
Of course. Why?
Because the guys who registers as Kreutzer and Peters at the Atlas Hotel weren't, really.
What? But, look, I don't understand. Well, what does that mean?
I think I'm beginning to see part of the answer, but
Mr. Mitchell, what's the matter?
So there I am, standing on the new pine flooring in Julian's shoe shop when the smell hits me again. It's the same one I'd noticed before, when that guy in the cannery had clapped his hand over my mouth. And now at last I've got it pegged. And also at last a lot of things suddenly fall into place.
What's the matter, Mr. Mitchell?
I just had a thought, Julian. Say, you can do me a favor if you will.
Of course. What is it?
What time will you be through here?
Oh, half an hour.
Okay. I want you to go to the boarding house and get Campbell, the lumberman. Get him to go to the cannery with you, and then the two of you wait there for me, will you?
Campbell? Oh, all right, Mr. Mitchell. I don't understand what you're up to, but I'll be glad to help.
I leave Julian's shop, round up a crowbar, shovel, flashlight, and my gun. Then I come back. The shop is dark by now. I go in a window and start ripping up the new pine flooring. A few minutes later, I'm digging in the dirt underneath. Pretty soon, I find what I'm after. 2 bodies. I pull the pictures out of my pocket, and by flashlight, I compare them. Yeah, no doubt about it.
Congratulations, Mr. Mitchell.
Well, hello, Julian. I see you brought your 2 stooges with you.
Yeah. I didn't realize until almost too late that your purpose in sending me to find Campbell was to get me out of your way. However, I returned in time, and I must say it was very considerate of you to dig your own grave.
You
You will hear the conclusion of Dangerous Assignment after a brief message from the Ford dealers of America.
Tonight, there are more than 470,000 enthusiastic 1950 Ford owners, and most of them are talking about their cars. Listen to what Miss Barbara Sargent of San Francisco says.
I've been wanting a car for a long, long time, so when I decided to buy, I took my time and looked all of them over very carefully. Finally, I chose the new Ford because it was the only car that gave me everything I wanted. It's a beauty, both inside and outside. It's the easiest car to drive I've seen yet, and it gives me the smoothest ride of all the cars I tried. If anyone who is thinking of buying a new car will just drive one of the new Fords, I believe they'll agree with everything I said.
Yes, Ford owners, mechanics, service station attendants, and garage men all over the country agree. The new 1950 Ford is the finest car Ford has ever turned out. They're saying it's tops for performance, for comfort, and for economy. But see, hear, and feel the difference yourself. Stop at your neighborhood Ford dealers and test drive the big new Ford tomorrow.
Well, I guess that makes us even, Julian. I couldn't get you out of the way, but your stooges missed on me when they tried to run me down in Anchorage. How'd you boys enjoy your junket around the country posing as Kreutzer and Peters? Pick up a lot of information from your contacts?
Come on, Julian, let's get this over with.
Yeah. Get up out of that hole, Mitchell.
I know the floor covers me from the waist down. I put one hand on it like I'm going to climb out, but I fish the gun out of my pocket with the other. Then I throw a quick shot at the light overhead. I drop back into the hole just in time. I spot the pistol flash and let him have it. Only 2-1 now.
Start circling, Marcus. Start circling.
That's bad. If they come at me from 2 different directions at the same time, I'm cooked. I reach down and pick up my flashlight. I snap it on and toss it out on the floor. One of them throws a shot at it. I give him one back. The third guy has had enough. He heads for the door, but as he jerks it open, he's silhouetted. I scramble out of the hole, grab my flashlight, and run to the door. The guy lying there is Julian. Well, the merry-go-round was nice while it lasted, Julian. Only you weren't lucky enough to grab the brass ring. You got a lead slug instead.
I thought I had a good plan.
You did. You know, I thought that submarine was hanging around to pick up some agents. I didn't realize it had landed a couple. You guys had heard about Kreutzer and Peters' trip. You grabbed them right after they got up here and killed them. Then your boys took their papers and started around the country collecting information and reports from your various contacts. That about the way it breaks down, huh?
What went wrong, Mitchell?
You gave yourself away, Julian.
No, I couldn't have.
When you clapped your hand over my mouth down at the cannery, I got a whiff of a very familiar smell, but I couldn't peg it until I was in here talking to you earlier tonight. Then I smelled it again, and it registered. Shoe polish.
Shoe polish?
Yeah. Like most smart boys, you overlooked one little item. In this case, the smell of shoe polish on your hands. Yeah, that's what tripped you up, Julian. Or maybe I should say polished you off.
And now, a special announcement for friends of Dangerous Assignment. Dangerous Assignment will next be heard Wednesday, May 3rd at the same time over most of these NBC stations. That's Wednesday, May 3rd at this same time. You've just heard another episode in the exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell. Dangerous Assignment is written by Bob Reif, with music by Bruce Ashley, and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again Wednesday, May 3rd at the same time, when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Tomorrow is Tuesday. That means Bob Hope's on NBC.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Good evening. This is Bill Foreman speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of their own store names. They've done that because they recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. This evening, we want to call your particular attention to Rexall's sensational two-page ad in this week's issues of Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and in the Farm Journal. One page of this important two-page spread announces 10 great new products from the world-famous Rexall Laboratories. The other page features 10 bedrock bargains available at Rexall drugstores all during the month of June. For new and better health aids, or bigger and more useful bargains, be sure to check Rexall's eye-opening two-page ad in this coming week's issues of Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and in the Farm Journal. Good health to all from Rexall. Now, your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency? I was curious. I tasted it. I'm dying.
You sound awful.
Oh, if I had the energy, I'd throw my head out of the window.
Hangover?
Just worn out from getting my heart started, Lieutenant Levinson.
Mr. Levinson.
What do you mean?
As of 5 minutes ago, I became just plain Mr. Levinson.
Oh, think what a shock that's going to be to just plain Bill.
At exactly 3 o'clock, I started on my 2 weeks vacation. I am going fishing. I want to get lost in the woods somewhere. Pack in. Do my own cooking. Catch myself a limit of nice fat steelheads and rainbows.
Oh, I know. The smell of fried trout and boiling coffee.
Yeah.
Getting up the next morning. Breathing that fresh mountain air. And then realizing that you forgot to put out the fire and 20,000 acres have been burned flat.
Yeah. That was pretty mean.
I'll go on. Get next to nature.
Too bad you have to stay in town and work.
I hope you get scurvy.
Bye, Blue Eyes.
No.
Mr. Diamond?
Yeah.
My name is Holland, Mr. Diamond. Arthur Holland.
Well, sit down, Mr. Holland. What can I do for you?
First, come over to this window.
Any particular reason, or do you plan on an accidental suicide?
There should be a man standing across the street. He's been following me.
Oh? What does this man look like?
Crew cut, short, fat, wearing a black leather jacket. There he is.
In front of the cigar store?
Yes.
Who is he?
I have no idea. I've never seen him before.
Know why he might be following you?
No.
How long has he been following you?
Since the morning.
Oh, okay. What did you come to see me for?
My brother's name is William B. Holland. A long time ago, he left the family and started out to see the world. Started working his way from place to place. Although William has been gone for nearly 10 years, not once in those 10 years have I failed to receive a weekly letter.
But he hasn't written lately.
Not for a month.
Where was the last place he wrote you from?
San Borja, Bolivia.
Never heard of it.
It's a small city in the interior. Now, while in La Paz, he wrote me that he'd met a man named Louis Frober. This Frober was from San Borja and, according to Will, practically ran the place. Now, Will said he was going to visit him, and in his last 2 letters, he talked much of Frober and his hospitality. But said that something was wrong in this town of San Borja.
Didn't say what it was?
Didn't know.
Then his letters stopped.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And you wanted me to find out why they stopped, if anything's happened to your brother.
Mr. Diamond, I'm quite wealthy, and I will pay you handsomely to take the job. Besides, it might turn into a nice vacation. South America is supposed to be wonderful this time of year.
Vacation?
Possibly.
Well, Mr. Holland, I'll take the job on 2 conditions.
What are they?
Well, first, my fee, $100 a day in expenses.
Accepted.
Thank you. Second, that you purchase 2 tickets for San Borja, Bolivia.
2 tickets?
Well, I'd like to take my assistant along. Bolivia is new territory for me, and it might be dangerous.
I checked on you quite thoroughly, and I didn't find that you worked with an assistant.
Well, only on the cases that take me out of town. He's a worldly man. He could find a trout in the Sahara. Lots of experience. 15 years with the police department.
All right. What's his name?
Walter Q. Levinson. The Q is for Quincy. But don't tell him I mentioned it. Well, that's how it works. Man comes in, wants me to find his brother. Last seen in South America. Walt Levinson was looking for a vacation spot, and I was looking for someone to talk to on my way to San Borja. Result? One phone call to Fatty Levinson.
Bolivia?
Oh, but you'll love it, Walt. Trout as big as sharks.
Where did you get 2 tickets to Bolivia?
Well, to tell you the truth, Fatty, I'm going down on a little job.
See you when you get back. Bye.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute, you ingrate. I've just got to find a missing brother. After that, we can relax and have ourselves a time. Oh, think of it. South America. The ocean as blue as my eyes.
Dames.
Native music under a golden moon.
And dames.
Quaint little out... What did you say?
Dames.
Well?
I'll meet you at the airport.
Pan American Grace Clipper, Flight 109 from Miami, Guatemala City, Panama, Lima, Arequipa, and La Paz, boarding at Gate 7, all aboard.
Pan American Clipper, destination La Paz, Bolivia. And enough horsepower to get us there in a snappy 14 hours. The lights of Manhattan dropping away as we turn on the first leg of our pattern, heading up for 16,000, looking down and wondering about a man in a leather jacket and a crew cut, looking down as the lights begin to melt into a heavy cold front. 16,000, flying south, the pitch changing the propellers into a mellow hum.
Why don't you relax?
Well, did you notice a little blonde stewardess with the high-altitude features?
On the way in. I want to get some sleep.
Well, indulge yourself. I'm going to see if I can do something about the pressure in this cabin. The water on my knee is beginning to percolate. Oh, miss! Hey, Fatty, wake up.
Huh? Oh.
You had yourself quite asleep.
Yep. Where are we?
Well, another hour, we're in Miami.
How'd you make out with Miss Hummingbird?
Been with Pan American 3 years, 60,000 miles, over 2,000 hours. Name's Rogers, Gene Rogers, Baltimore.
How'd you make out?
Oh, shut up.
La compañía Panagra anuncia la llegada procedente de Nueva York. Los pasajeros desembarcarán en el terminal de Panagra número 3. Pan American Grace Airline Clipper Flight 109 from New York, now unloading at gate number 3.
Oh, I'm a little stiff.
I didn't know you brought anything with you.
What now?
Well, pick up our baggage and on to San Borja.
Where the devil is San Borja?
How do I know? Let's go find out. And we did. San Borja, according to the information desk, was some 200 kilometers into the interior. 10,000 feet above sea level, high on a plateau. And the only way there?
Oh, this is swell. Dandy vacation, but what happens when my liver comes loose?
Well, relax, Walt. Only 160 kilometers to go. Considering where we are, these roads are pretty good.
We'll never make it. I'll lay 8 to 5. We end up riding side saddle on a bilious llama.
Hey, driver.
Si, senor?
Why no airfield in San Borja?
Oh, there is one there. But it is what you call the emergency. It is hard for a plane to land. Something to do with the wind.
It's a plateau, isn't it?
Si, senor. We got to climb 5,000 feet yet.
Sounds like an ambitious chiropodist. 10 o'clock and the morning sun getting hotter. The old Ford straining up the grade like an antique teapot. 11 o'clock and the temperature crowding 120.
I want to go home.
Oh, we got to stop and let her cool off.
Blue ocean and tropical music. Ha!
Oh. How much farther, driver?
Oh, about 20 kilometers, senor. I'm going to put some water from the canteen in the radiator.
Hey, Walt, let's stretch our legs, huh?
Okay. Oh, lousy humidity.
Oh, she sure was empty.
He means his head.
Duck, Walt. On the car.
You okay?
Yeah. I think they're behind that hill. Go out this side and try to circle them. Keep them covered.
Right. Keep your head down.
Gee, I'm glad you thought of that. Walt covered me, and I crawled out behind the car and took off for a bunch of trees. They didn't spot me until I'd circled them and was almost on top of them. 2 men with rifles lying behind a small hill. One of them turned and spotted me moving in. Walt?
Yeah? Hey?
Okay.
You all in one piece?
Yeah. How about you?
Fine. 2 of them, huh?
Yeah, bandits, I guess.
You got them both. Wonder what they're after.
Our hides. Came close to getting them, too. The unexpected. 2 men with rifles hiding behind a hill. If I hadn't gotten them, they'd have gotten us. We picked them up, dragged them over to the car, and I kept asking myself, why? Why 2 men behind a hill with rifles? Bandits? Maybe. Assassins paid to wait there and kill us? If that was the answer, who told them we were coming? The man in the leather jacket back in New York? Maybe.
Dumped them in the car?
Yeah.
The drivers had it. Slug got him in the chest.
Well, dump him in, too. Let's get to San Borja and get some answers. And if you say anything about a vacation, I'll sing all the way up the hill.
The 2 Americans, Mr. Diamond and Mr. Levinson.
Come in, come in. I am Louis Frober.
How do you do? Anything else, Mr. Frober?
No, that's all, Paul. Well, gentlemen, I understand you ran into some difficulty, hmm?
Well, your local constabulary seemed to think there was some law against driving around San Borja with 3 dead men in the back seat.
And these bandits attacked you and killed your driver, is that right?
That's right.
And you, in turn, killed them?
That's right.
Well, for tourists, you fight rather well.
Well, not exactly tourists, Mr. Frober. We asked to see you because we were sent here to locate a William Holland.
Ah, I see. May I offer you a drink?
Lovely suggestion.
Here presents the interests of Arthur Holland, William's brother.
That's right.
Water?
Straight.
Well, gentlemen, I informed Mr. Holland that William simply left. After all, there's nothing strange about that. There you are.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're not looking for anything unusual, Mr. Frober. This was the last place William was heard from, so this is the most likely place to try and locate him.
Of course. Well, here's to a pleasant stay in San Borja, gentlemen, and to your very good health.
Next week's issues of Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and the Farm Journal carry one of the most important Rexall advertisements ever published. One page of this amazing 2-page spread announces 10 great new products direct from the world-famous Rexall laboratories. The other features 10 down-to-the-bone bargains available at every Rexall drugstore all during June. Listen to just a couple of examples. From the product page, Rexall 5X Multivitamins, a new and vital formula that gives you 5 times the established daily requirement of all vitamins with known minimums. Special introductory offer, 10-day trial size, $1.79 value, free of extra cost with a purchase of the regular bottle of 50, both for only $6.95. From the bargain page, gold-plated metal frame sunglasses, men's and ladies' styles, regular dollar value, now only 67 cents. Remember, for new and better health aids, for bigger and more useful bargains, check Rexall's sensational 2-page ad in next week's issues of Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and in the Farm Journal. And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Louis Frober, big man with a slight accent, drinking to our health and extending an invitation to his house for dinner that evening. One hotel in San Borja, Not many tourists, according to the manager, but good rooms and hot water, according to the manager. Sandwiches and a late lunch compliments the hotel. Frober owned the hotel, according to the manager. It's open.
If you gentlemen would like, Mr. Frober instructed me to show you around the town. Who is it?
You want to see the town?
Sure.
I'm glad to have you show us around. What's your name?
Yavacek. Paul Yavacek.
San Borja, Bolivia. Sitting on the top of the world, 2/3 dense tropical jungle. Population 335 who take 2 months every year to cut back the persistent jungle. Principal industry, tin. The mines, 2 kilometers east. Frober owned the mines, according to Paul Yavacek. 3 main streets, modern, up to date. A clothing store. Several cafes, a bank, telegraph office, post office, and recreation hall. All built and owned by Frober, according to our guide, Paul Yavacek.
You mine tin, huh? How do you get it out?
Trucks, then by cargo plane. If you had arrived tomorrow, you would have passed the caravans as you came up the mountain. The ore is taken out once a week.
How well did you know William Holland?
Not well. Now, if you gentlemen have seen enough for today, I suggest we leave for Mr. Frober's house. He expects you at 7.
A kilometer from town in the house of Louis Frober. The jungle not far off and a heavy tropical shower right on top of us. Like Frober, the house was big and imposing, a showcase of its master's wealth and position.
I am so sorry that you got caught in the shower. They are pesky things sometimes, but they don't last long.
Louis?
Oh, gentlemen, my wife, Mrs. Frober, Mr. Diamond, Mr. Levinson.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr.
How do you do? Dinner is served.
Dinner. The long, paneled dining room illuminated by a dozen candles. Music floating in from a hidden speaker. The food, something to make the Waldorf chef quietly fold his tent. And the conversation?
Do you plan to stay in San Borja long, Mr. Diamond?
It was hard to say, Mrs. Frober. It's a wonderful soup.
Mr. Diamond and Mr. Levinson have been sent here to try and locate William Holland.
Oh? The soup is my own recipe, Mr. Diamond. Made from barley grown right here in San Borja.
Just a casual dinner conversation, unless you're conditioned, aware of the subtle interrogation. The end of a pleasant and filling meal. Armagnac in the den, and more talk about health, wealth, and the weather. And more interrogation. 10 o'clock.
Well, I am afraid you'll have to excuse me now, gentlemen. I have to be up at 6 o'clock, and I have a hard day ahead of me.
The conventional goodbyes and exaggerated compliments on a wonderful evening, then back to the hotel. All in all, a very interesting evening, according to Fatty Levinson.
Our charming hostess slipped me a note as we left.
Why, Walt.
I must talk with you. My husband will be leaving the house shortly before midnight. Meet me in the garden at 12.
Why, Walt.
It's addressed to you.
Why, Ricky. A quarter to 12, then out the back of the hotel, because in San Borja, everyone works for Louis Frober. Heading for Frober's house, Walt 50 yards behind, because in San Borja, a note asking you to meet the wife of Louis Frober might easily be a trap. Maybe William Holland had received just such a note. 12 o'clock and Mrs. Frober moving through the moonlight in the garden south of the house. Walt behind a tree, ready for anything.
I'm so glad you came, Mr. Diamond. Where's Mr. Levinson?
Well, he stayed behind. Why did you want to see me, Mrs. Frober?
It is about William Holland and my husband.
Where is your husband, Miss Frober?
He left with Paul for the mines. From what I could find out, he's going to meet someone. Someone of great importance.
Oh. What about William Holland?
I am sure he has been killed. And I am sure my husband had him killed.
Go on.
We first met William in La Paz. He was likable, easy to talk to. I had been married for 2 years, and it was my first trip away from San Borja. I liked William.
You know anyone in New York? Blonde, short-cut hair, plump face, might like to wear leather jackets?
No.
Well, go on with your story.
A year after I married Louis Frober, I began to suspect something wrong with his activities here in San Borja. The men who came to see him on business. Strange men. Foreigners to South America.
long nights of business meetings and trips to the mines. When William finally came here, I told him of my suspicions. And one night he informed me he was going to the mines to investigate. I never heard from him again.
You think it had something to do with your husband?
Right after that, I overheard a phone conversation by my husband. He was talking to someone he called the director.
The director?
Yes. My husband said that William had found his way into the mines and had been eliminated.
I see. You've only known your husband for 2 years.
2 years and a half. I met him in Rio while he was down on one of his business trips. I married him 6 months later and came to San Borja to live. Would you like to know where I met my husband, Mr. Diamond?
If you think it's necessary.
With what I've come to believe, I feel that it is most necessary. I met him at a party given by the Russian embassy. Mr. Diamond, I am sure that my husband is an important official for the communists.
Along the road east of the Frober mines, no lights, just the moon. The sounds of the jungle raising the hair on the back of my neck. A kilometer from the mines, and the dull glow in the sky pointing the way. Frober's generators and manpower working late. The kilometer passed, and the tenseness in the middle of my stomach took on cramp-like proportions. We climbed a hill for a better look.
Pretty busy. Must be 30 trucks down there.
I'm getting them loaded for the trip down the hill.
Hey, listen to that.
Well, I'll be darned.
Is that what I think it is?
The fields in San Borja make it tough for a plane, but for a helicopter, that's another thing.
Frober left the house to meet somebody important.
Anybody who comes into San Borja in a helicopter at night is a pretty good bet to be important.
Our dead driver said there was an emergency field.
Well, it's landing on the other side of the mines. Must be close.
You want to take a look?
Well, not too many men around those trucks. Before we go looking for that copter, I want to see if it's really 10 Mr. Frober's taking out of that mine. Down the hill, Walt 20 yards behind in case of trouble. Picking our way through the brush, trying not to sound like a landslide. A long road running away from the mines toward San Borja. The line of trucks, the first dozen or so loaded and ready, their backs piled high with sacks. A short sprint, and I was boosting myself up on the back of the first truck, digging into one of the sacks, feeling the heavy chunks of ore, then down off the truck with the ore in my hand.
You're up late, Mr. Diamond.
Call Javicek, Frober's right-hand boy, standing in the darkness, his gun pointed right at my stomach.
Mr. Frober will be happy to know of your interest in these mines. Start walking up the road toward the main gate. Stay ahead of me. Keep your hands in sight.
Tell me something, Javicek. How do you get 10 out of pitch blend?
I suggest you ask Mr. Frober.
He's at the mines?
He will be.
Drop it, Javicek.
Thanks, Walt, thanks. You all right?
Yeah, it's close. Javicek?
Dead. Come on, let's get out of here.
Where to?
Well, Mrs. Frober said her husband had a phone conversation. I'm going to use that phone and warn La Paz about Frober.
Hold it.
What is it?
Car coming down the road. Frober.
Yeah, and he's got company. Probably his important visitor. When he finds out what's happened, he'll guess it's us. We'll never get back to town before he does.
Unless we drive.
I will take a chance on the confusion and grab that first truck.
Clear. Keys are in the truck. We must live right.
Yeah, but for how long?
There is a direct phone line all the way to Cavendo. The operator at Cavendo can put you through to La Paz.
Bueno. Operadora de Covendo, ¿puede recibir?
She's talking Spanish. You better take it.
Oh. Esta es la señora Frober. Favor de conectarme con La Paz.
Minutes running out. Mrs. Frober looking frightened, waiting for La Paz to answer.
She has them.
Ask for the embassy.
Car pulling up.
La Embajada Americana, por favor.
Frober and his important friend.
Mr. Diamond, I have them.
Hello?
Yes, American Embassy.
Now listen carefully. I can't repeat. This is Richard Diamond, American citizen, calling from San Borja, Bolivia. Louis Frober is not mining tin. It's pitchblende, and is believed to be working for the Russian government.
Look out! Hello, Mr. Diamond.
Rick?
Okay.
Mrs. Frober?
I'm all right.
Take a look at Frober and his friend.
Hello. What happened?
Hold on a second. There's been some trouble.
Frober's friend is dead. Frober's moving, but it doesn't look very good.
Hello, La Paz?
Yes, Mr. Diamond, go ahead. What about Frober?
Wait a minute. Maybe I can get him to tell you himself if the phone will reach. Frober, can you hear me? Hello, La Paz. There's been a shooting here, and Mr. Frober's dying. Frober.
Yeah.
Frober, you're dying. You want to tell us about it? You're mining pitchblende instead of tin, right?
Right.
You're working for the Soviet Union?
Yeah.
Did you send 2 men to ambush me?
Yeah. Our agents in New York watched Asa Holland and reported that she had been hired.
The guy with the crew cut and a leather jacket.
Did you have William Holland killed?
He found out what... Oh!
Frober. Hello, La Paz. Frober's dead.
This time of year, no woman wants to spend endless hours caring for her skin and makeup. Since you want the finest beauty care in the least time and with no nonsense about it, why not try the new Ann Delafield Cosmetics? Designed expressly for the busy modern woman, they give you the most for your cosmetic dollar and save time as well. There are no endless bottles and jars, no endless creams for different corners of your face and neck. Just one fine cream, the Ann Delafield All-Purpose Deep Cream. A day cream, cleansing cream, night cream. All creams in one. There are vitamins, too, for true beauty from within, and other lovely makeup aids tailor-made for you. Look for the fine Ann Delafield Cosmetics at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Dick Powell directed the RKO production Split Second, which is now in release, and his latest film appearance was in the Metro Goldwyn Mayer award-winning The Bad and the Beautiful. Heard in tonight's cast were Arthur Q. Bryan, Wilms Herbert, Ben Wright, Jack Crucian, Virginia Gregg, Don Diamond, and Lillian Bayef. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this time when Rexall Drug Products again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Remember, for new and better health aids, for bigger and more useful bargains, check Rexall's sensational 2-page ad in next week's issues of Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and in the Farm Journal. You can know better health. You can save money.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Calling all adventurers adventure fans, calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by. Dick Tracy is on the air.
Now, the makers of Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, those specially delicious quick energy cereals that are shot from guns, bring you another exciting Dick Tracy adventure. Say, don't you wish you could go on some of those adventures with Dick Tracy the way Junior does? Wouldn't that be keen? You'd have to be on your toes, though, ready for anything. And you'd certainly need lots of trigger-fast energy to keep up with Dick and Junior. Of course, you get lots of trigger-fast food energy in those grand-tasting Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice breakfasts that thousands of alert, active boys and girls and grown-ups enjoy so much every day. Because those two delicious cereals are shot from guns. When the sun-ripened grains of wheat and rice are shot from these special Quaker guns, each grain is actually exploded to 8 times its size. All the tiny, hard-to-digest food cells are unlocked so that you get their food energy much more quickly and easily. So be sure you get lots of Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice for breakfast. The oftener the better. And make sure there's some in the pantry now. If there isn't, ask Mother to get you some Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice at your grocer's. Dick Tracy has been guarding a mysterious pearl, the Black Pearl of Osiris, from the Mogul and his society of thieves who make their living by selling valuable works of art and other priceless objects. In our last episode, we heard how a board of inquiry had cleared Humi Batik, an Egyptian worshiper of the Black Pearl, and had condemned Dryden Small, a collector of Egyptian relics and member of the Mogul's gang. Small is now in a hospital recuperating from certain injuries. While Tracy and Junior went to tell Humi Batik the good news, the Mogul surprised Pat Patton in his apartment and placed him under a hypnotic spell. It was through this method that the Mogul hoped to gain possession of the Black Pearl of Osiris. Will he succeed? We'll know in a moment.
And now, Patton, you are completely under my influence. You understand that?
I understand.
I will now give you certain commands, and you will carry them out. You will be unable to help yourself. You will find that you are forced to do what I command you to do while you're in this hypnotic trance. You understand?
I will not be able to help myself. I must do as you command.
You will go about as if you were not hypnotized, but all the while you will be under my influence. And now, Patton, this is what I command you to do, so that I may be able to gain possession of the Black Pearl of Osiris. When Dick Tracy comes back, you will be seated at this desk writing letters, as if nothing had happened. Then, after a few moments of idle conversation, you will say to Dick Tracy...
Oh, hello, Dick. I'm still writing my letters.
Yeah, so I see. Using my best stationery, too.
Did you see Humi Batik?
Yes, Pat. He was very happy when I told him the news. Have there been any calls? Any word about the Mogul?
No, none at all.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure, Dick. Why do you ask that?
No reason at all.
Say, Pat, you should have been there when we told Mr. Batik about the Board of Inquiry. Dick's got everything all planned, too. He's going to send them...
I'll tell Pat about my plans later, Junior. You better get ready for bed.
Oh, Dick, it's early yet.
Not that early. Good night, Junior.
Oh, gee, you're always treating me like a kid, Dick.
You going to turn in early, Dick?
No, I don't think so, Pat. I think I'll drop in at headquarters for a little while to see how things are going. Maybe some news on the Mogul. I'm afraid I can't get much rest while the Mogul is still at large.
No, I suppose not, as long as he's still after the Black Pearl. Oh, that ring you're wearing, Dick. You've still got the Black Pearl concealed in it, huh?
That's right.
Well, Dick, I was thinking it might be a good idea to let me have the ring for a while.
No, Pat, I wouldn't part with that ring under any circumstances. Why do you want it?
Well, Dick, the Mogul's loose, and he knows you're carrying the Black Pearl in that ring. There have been several attempts to get the ring away from you. You know that. Well, there may be other attempts, too. And it seems to me it'd be better if I carry the ring for a while, just in case anything happened to you.
Yes, I see, Pat. One moment, I want to step inside and see what Junior's getting ready for bed. Be back in a moment.
What's the matter with me? Why do I want that ring? I didn't give him the right reason. There's another reason, but... Oh, I don't know what it is. There's something wrong, but what I don't know,
Yes, he's getting for bed. Ready for bed, all right. Now, about that ring, Pat.
Yes, the ring. Dick, don't you see my point? This fellow, the Mogul, will stop at nothing, not even another attempt to try to get it away from you. Don't you think that pearl would be much safer in my possession?
Yes, I think your point's very well taken, Pat. As you say, it is possible that another attack may be made on me. Another attempt to get the pearl. The Mogul wouldn't be apt to suspect that you're carrying it. Here you are. Put the ring on your finger, Pat, and never take it off for an instant.
Oh, I won't, Dick. I won't.
Excuse me. Tracy speaking. What's that? Escaped. But how? Why weren't you on your toes? Well, why didn't you stay on duty? I see. Well, you'll hear about this later.
What is it, Dick? What's happened?
Dryden Small has escaped from the hospital.
Small escape? But how? He was guarded, wasn't he?
Yes, but Fielding, the man on duty, decided to step out for a smoke. Small was sleeping, he said. At least he thought he was sleeping. When Fielding got back, Small was gone, escaped through the window and down the fire escape.
Don't you think you'd better get down to headquarters?
No time for that. I'll have to issue orders from here. Give me that phone.
Here.
Wanted, Dryden Small, Egyptologist for grand larceny. Height 5 feet 8, gray hair, blue eyes, wears glasses. Escaped from City Hospital at 11 p.m. Make all reports to Dick Tracy at headquarters. That is all. Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Be on the lookout for a man answering this description. Height 5 feet 8, gray hair, blue eyes, wearing tortoiseshell glasses. All police cars in vicinity of City Hospital keep a double watch for this man. Escaped from City Hospital at 11 o'clock tonight. Wanted for grand larceny. That is all.
That you, Petham?
Yes, Mogul. What do you want?
Step in here, into this doorway.
Is that your car at the curb?
Yes, but never mind that. Where's the ring? You got it from Tracy, didn't you?
Oh, yes.
You make an excellent subject for a hypnotist, Petham. Give me the ring.
Yes, Mogul. Just a moment, get it off my finger.
Did you have any trouble getting it from Tracy?
No, I guess I said what you told me to say, and he gave it to me. Here it is.
Ah, good. Oh, I've wanted it a long time, and I wanted to get this ring and the pearl it contains. It will bring me a fortune, Patton. You've been a fine hypnotic subject and done an excellent job, old boy. Now listen to me. Listen carefully. It's now almost midnight. At the stroke of 12, you will wake up out of your hypnotic trance. You will remember nothing of what has happened. You will be unable to remember what you did with the ring or to whom you gave it.
One moment, my friend.
Tracy!
Yes, Tracy, and I've got you covered. Put up your hands.
Oh, he tricked me. Patton wasn't under my spell after all.
Oh, yes. Patton was under your spell, all right. But I sensed that something was wrong. He wasn't himself. He didn't act normal somehow. I gave him the ring, all right, but I decided to follow him here even so, because Dryden Small escaped. I am needed at headquarters.
Small has escaped?
Yes. The police are looking for him now, just as they're looking for you, my friend.
Oh, you're very clever, Tracy. I'm afraid I may have underrated you. I'll know better in the future.
You're not going to have very much of a future.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Tracy. Custody, and I was ungracious. And I was who had me in your custody, and I was ungracious, or shall I say, clever enough to escape.
I should have thought of that cataleptic trance trick when you posed as dead. However, it's going to take more than a trance to get you free this time.
What's that?
Steady, Pat, steady. You're all right.
Where am I? What are we doing here? How did we get here?
You've been hypnotized, Pat. You're just coming out of it.
Hypnotized? Me? Why, I don't remember anything at all, Dick.
That's because I ordered you not to.
Oh, this beats me. I don't know what it's all about.
Well, I'll explain to you later, Pat. Meanwhile, we've wasted enough time. I'll trouble you for that ring, Mogul.
Oh, yes, to be sure. The ring. The secret ring which contains the black pearl of Osiris.
Yes. Hand it over and be quick about it.
Well, under the circumstances, I suppose I'd better. There seems to be nothing else I can do at the moment.
There is nothing you can do.
Perhaps there is nothing he can do, Mr. Tracy, but I can do a great deal.
Small! Trident Small!
How did you get here, Small?
Very simple. After I made my escape from the hospital, I went at once to the Mogul's secret headquarters. I got there just in time to see him drive off. I followed in a taxi and stayed out of sight to see what was going to happen.
Very clever of you, Small. I was never so glad to see anyone in my life.
Thanks. Fortunately, I was on the spot and I saw everything. I saw Patton hand the ring over to the Mogul.
You saw me hand over the ring.
I saw you arrive, Tracy. Watched you as you slipped along in the shadows, keeping the Mogul covered. Isn't it too bad that you had no idea that I, too, was slipping along in the shadows, keeping you covered?
Oh, good work, Small. If I had planned it myself, I couldn't have planned it any better.
I intend to be well paid for what I've done, Mogul. Remember that?
You will be well paid. Don't worry.
Well, now, if you gentlemen are through congratulating each other and talking about the division of spoils, you might tell me what you intend to do with Patton and myself.
Well, thanks to Small, Tracy, I still have the secret ring and the black pearl it contains. And as for you and Patton...
Yes? As for me and Patton?
Well, I think the best thing to do in your case, the best thing to do from the point of view of Mr. Small and myself, would be to put you and Mr. Patton out of the way for good. Yes, it seems to me that will be the best and only thing to do, Mr. Tracy. And we might just as well do it now.
Will Dick Tracy and Pat escape from the Mogul? Faced by pistols in the hands of both the Mogul and Dryden Small, they seem to have very little chance. And what about the Black Pearl? Will the Mogul keep it in his possession? Time will tell. But now it's time for our Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol meeting, brought to you by the makers of delicious, nourishing Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. Shot from guns to give you quick energy like Dick Tracy's.
The meeting will now come to order. And boy, am I excited. Aren't you? About those swell Dick Tracy secret rings, I mean?
I certainly am, Junior, and I have been ever since I saw them. In fact, I've got one myself. Look.
Gee, that looks great. You'd never know there was a secret compartment in it, would you?
Well, not unless you're in the know. That's a wonderful place to keep secret messages and notes. But another thing I like about this secret ring is the picture of Dick on it. You can be mighty proud to wear that ring, Junior.
I am, and I'm going to wear mine the rest of my life.
Well, you can. That ring is certainly made to last, and you can even adjust the size to fit your finger as you grow bigger.
Say, look at the way it shines in the light.
Well, that's because it's a fine gold-plated ring, Junior. And just think, every boy and girl can get one free.
So tell the fellas and girls how to get their Dick Tracy secret rings now, will you, Mr. Quakerman?
All right. Well, now here's all you do to get your Dick Tracy secret ring, boys and girls. Start eating delicious Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the cereal shot from guns to give you trigger-fast energy. Then just tear the tops off 5 packages. Mail the 5 box tops with your name and address printed on a plain piece of paper to Dick Tracy, Box L, Chicago.
Say, let's not forget those good-looking Dick Tracy bangle bracelets.
That's right. You girls can get a beautiful bangle bracelet as well as a Dick Tracy secret ring free. It's one of those smart new bracelets with pictures of Dick Tracy and Junior and a lucky 4-leaf clover on the charm.
It's gold-plated, too, just like the secret ring.
And you just mail 5 Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice box tops for the Dick Tracy bangle bracelet. State whether you want the secret ring or the Dick Tracy charm bracelet.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
From the makers of Cold Water Omo.
Hey, look! Look up ahead! Soldier! Looks like a major.
Speed, Merlin, and Jenny Thurston, with Yates in the back of the van, were finding their way across the deserted town of St. Catharines. Ahead was a major. It was Major Parsons, alone, but with a drawn revolver.
Slow down. It's about time I made myself known to the authorities.
You sure that's safe?
No, don't worry. Hey, Major, I'm John Speed, security clearance KL5. Might be able to give you a hand. No, don't stop! No.
Merlin suddenly stretched out a long leg and stabbed his foot over Jenny's foot on the accelerator. The van leapt forward.
The
van, caught the Major, and sent him flying.
Drive on, I tell you! Drive on! What the devil do you think you're doing? You could have killed him. I recognize him. That isn't a British Major, Steve. He isn't. What? That man is not British. His name is Parninsky. Gregor Parninsky. A cutthroat, a pirate, a mercenary, and a Russian agent. Figure that one out, Steve.
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Once an OMO user, always an OMO user. This is what Mrs. Lyons of Yellowwood Park, Durban, has to say.
It is the one powder that does everything. Not for me, I know that.
Yes?
There's so many things that I've used and experimented with just to prove cold water OMO. Really to put it to the ultimate test. You know, and I find that it's come up to all my expectations.
Yes. Cold water OMO cleans best.
What's in the Wars ice cream freezer today? I say, wow wafer. What's inside? Wow! Creamy strawberry and vanilla ice stuck together with munchy wafers. Wall's wow wafer. Wow!
Episode 5 of this story, in which John Steed returns to help the unconscious Mrs. Peel, but finds she's better off sleeping through the now disastrous events of the morning after. John Steed was a very puzzled man. He now knew that the reason the town of St. Catherine's was deserted was because Brigadier Hanson's men had discovered that an atom bomb was concealed beneath the Trade Commission building. Once the bomb had been located in the dank, empty cellar, martial law had been proclaimed. Platoons of nuclear shock troops had been rushed to the area to help dismantle the bomb. Steed had been told all this by Jenny Thurston, a television news commentator who had dared to stay on after the district had been evacuated. Jenny showed Steed and Merlin films of what had happened while they had both been asleep. Steed, on his way back to Mrs. Peel in the TV van, thought he could give the troops a hand. That's why he had hailed the Major. But Jimmy Merlin thought otherwise.
Merlin, you sure of this?
I'm quite sure.
You swerved the van. You might have killed him.
Many people have tried. He's a cat. He has more lives than most.
Well, come, let's go and find out. Stay here with the 8, Jenny. We shan't be very long. Come on, Merlin.
Steed and Merlin clambered out of the van and walked hurriedly back to the unconscious form that lay near the car park.
All right, let's turn him over. There.
There's no doubt about it, Steve. That's Parninsky.
Now, let's search him. He may have identification.
Look, I don't care what cover he's got. I know this man.
Says here, Major Parsons, British Army. It's all correct papers.
Well, of course they're correct. He wouldn't be walking about this place with foreign papers on, would he? I tell you, it's him, Steve. It's Gregor Parninsky, and he's a foreign agent.
I haven't got proof of that.
You have my word.
As a double agent yourself, that doesn't count for very much.
Don't be a fool, Steve. It's because of my checkered past that I know all these people. Don't you see that? And in any case, why should I lie to you?
You are trickier than any wagon load of monkeys I've ever encountered. The sooner I contact the authorities and the sooner you're put away, the happier I'll be.
All right, have it your own way. I give up.
What's happened? Is this the man you thought it was, Jimmy?
Yes, it's him all right. But Steve doesn't believe me because he's in uniform with the correct papers. But it's Parninsky, all right.
Is this possible?
Of course it's possible. Look, infiltrate, pose as an army officer. Any skilled agent who knew his business could do it blindfold.
It is possible, I admit. But if it's true...
Then he may not be the only one.
Well...
Answer her, Steed. Tell her all about the firing squad. That's what's really been bothering you, hasn't it?
You mean the shooting of that man?
Yes. Steed doesn't believe that this country's got to that state, no matter what the emergency. Isn't that so, Steed?
Well, this is worrying, I agree.
A man was murdered, executed, shot, butchered in cold blood without a trial. Do you really think the British Army is now empowered to carry out such forms of shooting? Is this type of rough justice allowed? Well, Steed?
I admit that it doesn't fit in with all the other things I've been told.
It doesn't make sense to murder a man in cold blood without trial. Why didn't they just arrest him, ship him out of here as a criminal?
Well, someone may have taken the law into their own hands.
That sergeant who had a go at her?
Well, one thing is certain. We ought to let Brigadier Hanson know. If he has any more soldiers like that on his staff...
And any more majors who are suspected agents.
Oh, you do what you like. I think we should just get out of here.
We can't run out. Can we, Steve?
I thought the situation was suddenly becoming simple and straightforward. No. Right, we'll go to Hanson.
Steve, every street is blocked off for patrol. We'd never get near that building. We'd be taken prisoners and dealt with like that fellow Courtney.
We'll just have to keep our fingers crossed and hope we're lucky.
Lucky? But believe me, I'm just as confused as you are. But one thing I know. This is not going to be solved by luck. No, sir.
The three of them left the Major where he was and bundled back into the van. Yates, inside, demanded to know what was going on, but it was all too complicated to explain. Jenny started the engine and skillfully backed the van.
I think there's a side road behind the church. If I take that, I can double back and approach the commission building from the other side. That should give us a better chance.
Just a minute, Jenny. I'd like to go to Barchester Street first.
Barchester Street? Where's that?
On the other side of town.
What? What for?
I left a friend there. I've been trying to get back to her for hours. Now, that's where we're going, and no arguments.
But Steed was a little late in this decision, for Sergeant Hearn and his troopers had been scouring the near neighborhood, searching for them. They had entered the office building, and in the room marked the Poston Trading Company, they had found the sleeping form of Emma Peel. Sergeant Hearn looked down at her.
Well, what do you know? All right, men, relax.
The sergeant dropped down upon one knee and felt Mrs. Peel's pulse. Then he straightened up and moved to the table upon which lay Steed's briefcase. He snapped it open. He took from the case several papers and scrutinized them.
John Steed. The name of the joker who clobbered me. All right, men, stay out of sight. I have reason to think someone will be coming back to pick this woman up. After all, you can't blame them. I can only hope that Mr. John Steed gets here very soon.
Steed, Jimmy Merlin, Jenny, and Yates were actually on their way when...
Hold it. Look there, down that side road. Army trucks, quite a lot of them. Stop.
Don't go looking for trouble, Steve. We've got enough as it is.
Stop. I want to take a look at that lot. It might tell us something.
Jenny stayed at the wheel. Yates poked his head out of the back of the van, and they both watched as Steed and Merlin walked towards the army trucks. There was no one about. Jenny saw Steed jerk up the canvas drop that concealed the inside of the first truck and look inside. She saw him look swiftly at Merlin, and they moved to the next one. After completing the line, they hurried back.
Well, what is it? What's happened?
How many men were sent in here for the emergency, Jenny?
4 platoons.
4 platoons of nuclear shock troops?
That's right. The best. What is it? What did you find over there?
4 platoons of nuclear shock troops. All drugged, all unconscious.
What? But if they're there, then...
Then who is out at the commission building? Who is handling that atom bomb?
At the commission building, Brigadier Hanson was confronting a very distressed Major Parsons. The Major, who'd come round in the street, had staggered back and blurted out an incoherent account of how he was knocked over.
You are a fool, Major.
Yes, sir.
More than that, you are a dangerous fool. Your incompetence could jeopardize the whole operation here.
Yes, sir.
If these people were to contact the outside world...
No, they can't do that, sir. The phones are out of action, and we're jamming all radio signals.
It seems to me that they might just walk out of the area. After all, it appears they can walk the streets with complete impunity.
I was taken by surprise, sir. The van...
Don't offer me excuses! When your people approached me, they promised me professionals, Major, professionals. Instead, I'm surrounded by rank amateurs. I want these people found, and I want them found immediately. That is an order.
The had by this time arrived near the offices where Sergeant Hearn lay in wait for them. They parked the car, and all four of them walked carefully to the main entrance. There, Steed stopped and produced some keys.
I want your word of honor, Merlin.
Oh, taking these blasted things off at last, Steve. Good.
I'm only undoing the handcuffs because I think there'll be trouble.
Oh, you can rely on me, Steve. You have my word. That's better. You know, I'm touched. I'm really touched by your faith in me.
Don't be. I'm doing this because I don't want to find myself dragging around a dead man. Careful now. All right, Jenny, Yates.
Yes?
Right, Mr. Steed, lead the way.
Right.
In the upstairs room, Sergeant Hearn waved his troopers back into cover and waited. Mrs. Peel slumbered on.
Mrs. Peel? Mrs. Peel? Still sleeping.
Come in. What now?
Well, I think we should get over to the commissioner's building.
Get out if you ask me.
Oh, no. Stay where you are.
Take cover.
Steed dropped down to the floor, so did Jenny. Yates panicked.
I'm Johnny Al.
Sergeant shot him in the back. As he fell to the floor, Merlin moved like lightning. He hurled a trooper across the room. Made for the door, was through it in a flash and slammed it behind him.
After him.
Stay where you are, Steed. One move and you're as dead as that man on the carpet. Both of you. Hands above your head. Right now.
Your dog gives you a lot of pleasure. Now here's something you must do for him. Give him all new Procos health food for dogs. It's complete. New Procos contains all the energy-giving vitamins and protein a healthy dog needs. So with New Procos, you need feed him nothing else. New Procos health food is all he needs. Care for your dog. Give him New Procos health food for dogs. It's complete, and he'll love it.
They say once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Here's Mrs. Senior from Boggantweeny.
I've stuck to cold water, Irma, and I'm still using it. It's the strongest washing powder I've used.
There's no dirt or stains that can stand up to cold water Omo.
The Avengers. Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers. Brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio. Rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler. No, it wasn't a dream. It was too real. This is what I've been afraid of. I know you don't believe me. You think I'm insane, both of you.
Friday night, and CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales,
many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the weird story of the Avengers. In the great Southwest, a range of high mountains extends as far as the eye can see. This is mining country, silver and gold. Halfway down the mountain is a tiny village, the mining town of Rainbow, a raucous sort of place composed of a number of stores, many saloons and the Federal Land Office, where the fortune hunters file their claims. 15 years ago, Rainbow was a rip-roaring village, and in a back room of the Crystal Palace bar, a young man and a young woman hold an earnest conversation.
Tell me, Miss Martin, how long have you been in this town?
Oh, about 2 years. Came here from Kansas City.
And you know my brother, John Maddox?
Well, I certainly do.
How well do you know him?
Well enough. He came out here a year ago, and he's been hiding out up on the mountainside ever since. Got a cabin up there.
Prospecting, of course.
Who isn't?
How well do you know him?
Oh, he used to come into town quite often. I got acquainted with him in here. First, I fell for him in a big way, but he seemed to resent it. Finally gave me the cold shoulder.
Well, he has a wife and a 5-year-old daughter back east.
That's what he said, but I didn't believe him. He's a bit nutty, isn't he?
Nutty? No, I wouldn't say nutty. He's a smart boy. He's an engineer, graduate of the State School of Mines.
He is? Well, what's he doing here, living like a hermit?
I wonder. So he gave you the cold shoulder, huh?
He certainly did.
Well, John is an educated mineralogist. He came out here to make a strike. And if anyone does, he should be that one. Maybe he's located a vein of ore.
What do you have on your mind, Mr. Maddox?
Well, I thought maybe you'd seen him visiting the Assayer's office a little more often than usual.
And what if I have?
Or the land office?
Go on, Mr. Maddox.
Well, I wouldn't be interested in knowing the activities of an ordinary prospector. But a graduate mining engineer like John, well, he may have a lead on something good.
Yes?
And I thought that, as I heard, you might be more or less familiar with his activities.
That's right. I am.
And maybe you'd like to come in with me.
What do you mean?
You know where he's been working. You know the area he's most interested in, so if you let me know, I'll beat him to it. We'll split.
Split?
That's right. How about it?
Sure. Why not? You know, I think I'm going to like you, Mr. Maddox.
Frank is the name, Melva.
All right, Frank. This is it. He has found a spot. It didn't mean much to me until now, but he's been working on the same location for a week or more. I'm sure he's hit something.
Good. That's all I wanted to know. I'll just drop in and surprise him. See you later, Melva.
See you later, partner.
And so that night, John Maddox is working on some maps and papers. The meager lamp throws a dim light about the room. For an hour, he sits at the table. Then suddenly the silence is shattered by a sound from the kitchen.
Who's there? Come out of there. Come on. What are you doing here? What do you want?
Nothing.
How long have you been in that kitchen?
Why?
So you're the little thief that's been stealing my things, huh? What are you after this time?
Nothing.
I know who you are. You're Tony Watson.
So what?
Just this. You're the one who pinched my camera, my binoculars. Yes, and several other things.
I didn't know.
And I'm turning you over to the sheriff right now.
Sheriff! No, I didn't take them. I didn't. I didn't steal anything, but
But what?
I know who did.
Well, you little liar. You're the one. And believe me, you're caught on the job this time, and I'll... just a minute. Sheriff.
I didn't.
Hey, come back here. Why, that little devil. Just a second. Well?
Hello, John.
Frank.
That's right, your brother Frank himself.
Come in. What do you want? What are you doing here?
Oh, just dropped in town. Thought I'd see how you were doing.
Getting along all right.
But you might like to hear about your wife and your daughter.
Is that why you came here?
Your wife is very well. Your daughter's just 5 years old today. I'm still wondering how you're getting along and when you're going to send for them.
I know all about that. I'm going to send for them very soon.
Are you? All going to live in this little shack?
Certainly not. There's something a lot better by the time they arrive.
Will you? Oh. Didn't have a dime when you left.
Yeah, thanks to you and your lies. I know who's responsible for Father's cutting me off with only $1. You.
Have you struck pay dirt here, John?
No.
What are all these interesting papers and maps on the table?
Nothing.
Oh, but they must mean something.
Get away from that table. Let them alone.
Put up your hands and stand
if
back.
If you touch those papers...
Get back there. Uh-huh. Interesting. So you have struck something. All ready to be recorded.
Frank, if you dare, I'll kill you.
Why do you think I came here?
You
Don't
dirty-
worry, I'll settle up later. I'll see you get a share.
My wife and my daughter, Doreen, they haven't a cent. I've not been able to give them anything in months. You can't do this.
Do what?
You put those papers down, Frank, or I'll break your dirty neck.
You'd better stay where you are.
Oh, no, I'll kill you. First, I'll kill you.
John, you're crazy. Keep back. Keep away.
You crazy fool. I told you I'd shoot. You're the fool, Frank. You're the fool. You won't get away with this. I'll see to that. You'll pay, Frank. I'm not through with you yet. You and everything you hold dear will be taken away. You'll pay it back, Frank. To me and mine. If I have to climb out of my grave.
John. John! Frank stands for a moment, then stuffs the papers and maps into his pocket and rushes to the door and into the night. A few seconds later, a face at the window disappears and suddenly reappears through the back door. And the boy stands looking at the inert figure on the cabin floor.
Huh. Serves him right. Won't tell the sheriff anything about me now.
15 years have passed, and now the little mining village of Rainbow is a thriving city of mines and smelters. And the richest mine of all is the one owned by Frank Maddox. And Frank Maddox rules the city. Frank is married now and has a child, a girl of 5. The child has been ill for days. And tonight, as Frank Maddox steps through the door, his wife meets him with a strange, vacant stare. Melba, what's happened? How is she?
She's... Oh, Frank.
All those doctors, and they couldn't save her.
No. They said she didn't have a chance. They did their best.
Fools, what good are they? What are they paid for? They don't even know what was wrong with her.
No, Frank. But, well, whatever it was horrible. She died in agony.
Specialists. I told them they could name their own price. The sky was the limit.
It didn't seem to make any difference.
Oh, the poor little thing, the poor baby.
It didn't seem to be anything serious at first. It was just a week ago. She was sitting at her desk, drawing pictures, and then all of a sudden she started to gasp for breath and fell to the floor in a faint.
Yes, I know.
And then she lapsed into a coma. Oh, Frank. Frank, what was it? Why?
Darling,
couldn't they...
What is it?
I can't get my breath.
Here, drink this.
Frank, I didn't want to tell you, but I'm frightened. I've had it for several hours. It's just like the baby. The same thing.
The baby and now you. I know what it is. It's him. It's John.
John? Your brother?
Yes, I knew this was going to happen. John told me.
But John's dead.
The night the baby took sick, I saw him in a dream. He told me something was going to happen to us, and last night I saw him again. He was grinning and laughing. He told me that...
Told you what?
He told me that he'd finally reached through to me, that he'd finally made contact.
That's crazy.
He said tomorrow would be a sad day for me. Today.
But it's a dream.
I know, but he said something else. He said that now his wife was dead, that the sooner I made things right with his daughter Doreen, the better.
Frank, that's nonsense.
No, there must be something to it. I'll find the girl. I'll get her down here. I'll try to fix things up. Maybe that'll stop all this.
Frank, please use your head. It was a dream.
I've got to find that girl. I'll send Anthony to find her. I'll explain the whole thing to him. He can find her.
But why tell him about it?
Well, he's my assistant. I confide in him. He'll find her.
Very well, then. Tell Anthony. Tell him to find her and bring her here. Because if you... Frank.
Melba, darling.
Please find that girl. Doreen.
Frank Maddox carries his stricken wife to her room and calls the doctor. The next day, he explains in a way to his young assistant, Anthony Watson. Anthony rushes to the east to locate Doreen Maddox, and needless to say, he does. Before she knows what it's all about, she's aboard the train with young Anthony.
Didn't you even know you had an Uncle Frank?
Oh, yes, of course. But I didn't know much about him.
When did your mother die, Doreen?
5 years ago. She committed suicide.
What became of your father?
Oh, he went west to prospect for gold or silver or something. But he got into trouble. Someone shot him, and that's all I know about it.
Has your Uncle Frank ever offered to help you?
No, not that I know of. Mother never mentioned it if he did.
He's a very rich man, you know, and as I've told you, very ill.
Ill?
Well, he's sort of mentally ill, as well as physically.
Oh?
Doreen, are you... That is... Well, a girl as lovely as you should be engaged, or in love.
But I'm not.
You're not? Really?
No.
Well, that's wonderful. I can't believe it.
Well, it's the truth, whether you believe it or not.
Oh, I believe you. And, well, I'm glad to hear it.
And so you see, Doreen, I'd completely lost track of you. I wondered about you and your mother since the tragic death of your father.
Mother died several years ago, Uncle.
Yes, I should have attempted to locate you long ago.
Should you?
Yes, you're my brother's child. It was my duty to look after you. See that you want for nothing.
Oh, but I've been getting along all right.
I've not been well, Doreen. I've been quite ill lately. I've been terribly upset, my nerves.
Perhaps you've been working too hard.
No, it isn't that. Doreen, I'd like you to stay here. Make this your home. And I have a check for you, a little present, $5,000.
No, please, Uncle. That isn't necessary.
You must accept it, Doreen. You must.
I don't need it. I'll be glad to stay here with you until you're better. But really, I don't know what I'd do with $5,000.
I'd feel better if you accepted it. And perhaps your father would...
Father would what?
Doreen, I must tell you. I've got to tell you. It's driving me mad. John is trying to kill me.
Oh, Uncle. Father's been dead for years.
I know, but he died hating me.
Hating you?
He blamed me for his having been cut off with only $1 in our father's will. But he was wrong, and... Well, now he's trying to kill me.
Oh, I can't believe such a thing.
I have horrible nightmares. John appears to me, always threatening me. He came to me the night my little daughter became ill, and then after she died. He came again when my wife was stricken, and said that after she was gone, it would be my turn.
But that's just your imagination, Uncle. Well, get it out of your mind.
I can't. I'm afraid to go to sleep.
You only see him in your dreams?
Yes, but each time he comes nearer, closer, more real. Oh, it isn't just imagination. I'm afraid that one of these days I'll see him when I'm not asleep.
And you think my being here will help matters? Is that it?
Yes. If he knows you're here, that I'm taking care of you and have your welfare at heart, perhaps he'll let me alone.
Prove to him that he judged you wrongly?
Yes. I must make him understand. I can't go on this way. I'm a physical wreck. I'm afraid my mind will snap.
I understand, Uncle. I'll try to help you. But you must try to get this off your mind.
Yes, I'll try.
You'd better go to bed now, Uncle.
Please, take the check.
Very well. Good night.
An hour passes, and in spite of himself, Frank drops into a fretful sleep. He moans and tosses about, and as usual, he dreams of John again. Sees him come through the wall and stand in the center of the room.
You won't get away with it, Frank. Everything and everyone you hold dear will be taken away. You'll pay it back, Frank, to me and mine.
No. Leave me alone. Anthony! Doreen! Doreen!
Uncle! Uncle, what is it?
What's happened?
Doreen, he was here just now. I saw him. I heard him laughing.
But, Mr. Maddox, that isn't possible.
I heard him, I tell you. You could hear his laugh all over the house.
I heard nothing, Uncle. Not a sound.
I woke up, I tell you. I heard him.
But, Uncle, you must have been dreaming. Well, I haven't been asleep since I left you. I've been reading. I didn't hear a sound.
You didn't hear anything, really?
No, not a sound.
You, Anthony?
I heard nothing. You were just dreaming.
Oh, no, it was too real. This is what I've been afraid of. I know you don't believe me. You think I'm insane.
Uncle, please.
Yes, maybe I am.
Come, Anthony.
No, Doreen. Don't go, please.
But, Uncle, there's nothing I can do. It's up to you. You must convince yourself that it's all imagination. Good night, Uncle.
And then the next night comes, and Frank dreams again, the same frightful dream. John appears, repeats the same words, and laughs in the same way. Frank is wide awake now, shaking with fear, and all the while trying to convince himself that it's only his imagination. Then the bedroom door opens suddenly. Doreen steps into the room. Her face is white with fear. She trembles as she moves slowly toward the bed.
Uncle.
Doreen, what is it? What's wrong?
Uncle, just now, I heard something.
What? Doreen, what did you hear?
I must have been dreaming. I must have. But it was so clear.
Your father?
Yes. Yes, I heard him. And he was laughing.
Then if you heard him, it must be true. He has come back.
Oh, did you hear it, too?
Yes. Yes, he was here in this room. What did he say to you?
I can't remember. I was so frightened. But I heard him. And that laughter.
Now you believe me. Now you know I'm not imagining things.
Oh, Uncle, I don't know. I'm so frightened I don't know what to think. I can't stay here any longer. I've got to leave. I can't stay another night.
Oh, Doreen, please, don't go. Not yet. Promise that you'll stay just a while longer. Please.
But, Uncle, All right, I'll try. I'll stay.
Then comes the next night, another dreadful night of horror. Frank tries his best to control his mounting fear as evening passes and midnight comes. He fights sleep, the sleep that brings him nothing but horrifying dreams and the voice of John. But finally he can hold out no longer, and his eyes close. A half hour goes by, then...
Frank, you're not asleep, Frank. You're wide awake, and this is real.
John, what do you want? Tell me. I'll do it. I'll do anything.
I told you you'd pay. Everything and everyone dear to you would be taken away. At this very moment, your wife is dying, Frank. First your daughter, now your wife, and then you.
John, please, I'll do anything.
Then sit down at that table and write. Write a will. Everything to the one it belongs to. My daughter, Doreen.
Yes, I'll do it.
And a confession, Frank.
Confession?
A confession that you came to my cabin that night and killed me.
Oh, no, I can't, John.
You can and you will.
They'll hang me.
They won't hang you.
No?
Write the will and the confession.
Yes, but I'm afraid that...
They won't hang you. Because in just 1 minute, you will be dead.
John,
Hurry,
no.
Frank. You haven't much time to save your soul. You're going to have a stroke, Frank. In just a minute, you'll feel a sudden beating of your temples. A stroke is what they'll call it. And you'll be dead. Hurry.
Yes, I'll write it. I will.
Your conscience will be clear, Frank, and that'll be best for you. I know. I said I'd reach you if I had to crawl out of my grave.
There it is. Now, please leave me alone, Frank. Please.
It's too late, Frank. You're going back with me. Look at the clock. 15 seconds left. Now it's starting. Your head is beginning to whirl. Strange sounds beat in your ears. Faster. Do you hear?
Yes. Please don't, John.
5 seconds. There it is. You're dying, Frank. This is the end. The end of Frank Maddox.
No, John! No!
Uncle Frank! Anthony!
Doreen, what's happened? I heard him screaming.
Anthony, I think he's... Feel his pulse.
I can't find it. Not a trace.
Anthony, is he...
I don't know. He's had a stroke, I think.
I'll call the doctor.
Yes, I'll have to go after him. His car is out of order. Come on. It may be too late for the doctor, but we'd better get him anyway. Use this phone and tell him I'll be there in a few minutes.
In here, doctor.
What happened to him?
I think he had a stroke.
A stroke, eh? Well.
We heard him screaming, and when we got here, he was unconscious.
Well, he's dead. But he didn't have a stroke.
What?
You can see for yourself. He's been stabbed in the heart. You don't need me. You want the police.
You say, miss, that you heard your uncle screaming?
I did.
What did it seem to be? A scream of pain?
No, I couldn't make out what it was. But it sounded as though he was horribly frightened. It seemed as though he was pleading with someone.
Did you hear him, Anthony?
Yes, it sounded just as Doreen said, as though someone or something were after him.
What do you mean by something?
Well, I just used that as a form of expression.
And when you reached him, he was on the floor, unconscious?
That's right.
Was he dead?
We didn't know. I couldn't find any pulse, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. That's why I went for the doctor.
And you didn't notice the knife wound in his chest?
No.
Did you see it, miss?
No, it may have been there, but I didn't notice it.
Are you sure he didn't have a stroke, Doctor?
Positive. He may have had a collapse, fainted, but there was no stroke. He died from this stab in the heart.
What sort of instrument would you say was used?
Well, I'd say a long, thin knife, about a half-inch wide.
Like a letter opener?
Yes, sort of a stiletto.
Doctor, had you been treating Mr. Maddox lately for any particular ailment?
Well, I've been attending him frequently of late.
What was troubling him?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know. Are you sure?
Well, I couldn't find any definite physical trouble, but he was becoming terribly run down. Seemed to get worse each day. He couldn't eat nor sleep. Extremely nervous. Hypertension. I gave him sedatives and tonics, but they seemed to do no good, so I finally came to the conclusion that it was mental.
Mental? What do you mean?
I think he developed some sort of phobia, a fear. What, I was never able to determine. In time, it would have resulted in insanity and finally death, or perhaps a stroke and death. But in this case, it was not a stroke.
You've been attending his wife?
Yes.
What is her ailment?
Carcinoma, but she doesn't know it. There's nothing more I can do for her, except alleviate the pain.
Miss Maddox, from the tone of your uncle's screams, would you say that there was some person in the room with him at the time?
Yes and no.
Yes and no? What does that mean?
I mean, he may have thought someone was here with him.
May have thought someone was with him.
Yes, that is...
Well, from all appearances, there was someone with him. The someone who stabbed him. Anthony, was Miss Maddox in this room when you came in?
No, we met in the hall and came in together.
Neither of you saw the knife wound.
I'm sure I didn't.
Doreen, you just said that he may have thought someone was here in this room. What do you mean?
Well, he was afraid of...
Afraid of what? Afraid of who?
Afraid of my father.
What? Why, your father's been dead 15 years.
Yes, but that's just it. I may as well tell you. He was afraid my father was trying to kill him. That's what was wrong with him, why he couldn't sleep.
Oh, bosh, now it's spooks.
No. He said that father appeared to him every night and threatened him.
Threatened him? Well, all right, so he threatened him. Why?
He said father hated him, that father thought Uncle Frank had caused him to lose his inheritance.
Well, Doctor, do you think that's what was wrong with Frank?
Could have been. Quite possible.
All right, I'll grant you that. But no spook produced that knife wound. Doreen, do you believe that your father lost his inheritance because of your uncle?
No, I do not.
Are you sure?
I'm sure father did not lose his part of the estate because of Uncle Frank.
Are you sure? Could you prove that?
Well, no, I couldn't. But I never heard father mention it. I never heard him accuse Uncle Frank.
What brought you here?
My uncle sent for me.
Why?
Because he was afraid of my father. He thought my being here might help matters.
That's right, Captain. He sent me for Doreen. I located her and brought her here.
Oh, me. Oh, my. This gets worse and worse. You know all about it, too, did you?
Yes, Mr. Maddox confided in me. He had the idea that if Doreen were brought here and he showed good intentions toward her, that John would leave him alone.
Oh, poor John. What a busy guy.
It isn't funny.
You said it. Frank Maddox has been murdered, and it wasn't a spook. I know who did it, and I know why.
What are you talking about?
Frank Maddox didn't send for her. She came here of her own accord and for a definite reason.
She did not. I brought her here.
You're lying. You're trying to cover up for her.
I am not.
Because you're in love with her. Anybody can see that.
Well, what if I am in love with him? That doesn't have anything to do with this.
Frank Maddox sent me for her.
He did not. She knew that Frank was the cause of her father losing his inheritance. So she came here to kill him, and she did.
Well, that doesn't make sense. Why would she kill him? What would she gain by that?
Ever hear of revenge? If it hadn't been for Frank, her father would have been wealthy, and so would she.
But she didn't know about her father's accusations until Frank Maddox told her himself.
Oh, then you admit that she does know about it now.
I knew nothing about it until Uncle Frank told me. But I still think father was wrong.
Whether you knew about it before you came here or learned it after you got here, what's the difference? It's a motive. You stabbed him. You left the room, and then you met Anthony in the hall. You stuck Miss Maddox, and you haven't a chance.
Wait a minute.
Mrs. Maddox, don't come in here.
And why not? Why shouldn't I come in here?
You shouldn't get up. You should...
I know all about it. I know what's happened. I've heard every word.
You're very ill, Mrs. Maddox.
I know. I heard you. And now I know what's wrong with me. I know what carcinoma is, Doctor.
Please go back to bed.
No, not just yet. Well, this girl, Doreen, you're wrong. She's innocent. She had nothing to do with it. That is, not directly.
What do you mean, Mrs. Maddox?
She didn't kill Frank. I did.
You?
She's perfectly innocent. Frank did send for her. He was afraid of John. He dreamed about him every night. He did think John was trying to reach him from the grave, trying to kill him. It was his imagination, I know, but he really believed it. And he had a good reason to believe it.
What reason?
I've heard Frank moaning and yelling for weeks and weeks. I heard him tonight. I came in here and found him on the floor. He'd made a will, this paper, leaving everything to Doreen and explaining why. Oh.
Sit down, Melba.
Yes, well, he came out of his faint, and I found this will. I went wild when I saw it. He tried to get it away from me. He said it had to be that way. We struggled for it, and I took the paper knife and stabbed him. I went back to my room, but I've been standing outside the door. I heard everything, particularly what you said about me, Doctor. So what does it matter? This girl is innocent.
What is this paper? Let's see it.
I'll tell you what it says. It leaves everything Frank has to Doreen. And the reason why? Frank killed John.
What?
Yes. It was all my fault. I knew John had made a strike, and I told Frank about it. Frank went to John's cabin and killed him, took the maps and the papers and filed on a claim. I was the one responsible for everything. But it all rightfully belongs to Doreen. And now, well, now that I've heard the doctor's sentence, what does it matter?
Well, Doreen, that was lucky for you. Lucky that Melba was standing outside the door and heard the doctor. But oh, what I know about you, Doreen. You and Anthony. Anthony did bring you down here, but on the way he fell madly in love with you. He told you about your uncle's fears, and so between the two of you, you decided to make his dreams more than real. Anthony arranged a little radio speaker in Uncle Frank's room. Yes, it was Anthony who spoke to Frank, not John's voice from the grave. Anthony merely amplified Frank's dreams, yes. You and Anthony planned to work on Frank psychologically in order to get that will and the confession. But how did Anthony know the exact words to use? The words John used when he was dying that night in the cabin? Why, because Anthony was the little boy John caught in his cabin that night. The boy who heard every word said between Frank and John. The smart little boy who saw it all.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Neighborhood Blue Coal Dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Winter is just around the corner. The cool nights and quick drops in temperature we've already had are reminders to fill your coal bin now. And especially this year, it's well to start the season with a big supply. The producers of blue coal foresee no shortage whatsoever of this finest of all hard coal. But present unsettled conditions make it wise to be prepared. Don't wait. Don't put off ordering. Call your neighborhood dealer tomorrow and order your winter supply of blue coal. The shadow mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and powerful secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Dragon Tongue Murders.
Let us listen now to a crime being born. Let us listen to the devious, insidious reasons for its inception. First, let us go to the apartment of one Jerry Post, fashionable young playboy. Jerry Post is entertaining a visitor, an unwelcome visitor.
Get me that money.
Now, Max, be reasonable. Where can I get $25,000?
What about your mother? Ask her for the money.
No, my mother doesn't think very much of me. She disapproved of my gambling, and this isn't the first time I've been in a spot. Max, you've got to give me more time.
Your time is 10 days from today. Are you going to do something about it?
Perhaps things can be arranged.
One spoke is in the wheel of fate. One dagger closer to its resting place. Now let us see the second. It is Jerry's sister, Barbara Post, this time. She is talking to her fiancé, Jack Norcott.
Jack, how can you treat me this way?
Better dry your eyes, Barbara. Tears never move me.
But you said you loved me, and you wanted to marry me. You did say that, didn't you?
All right, Barbara, all right. Let's be frank about this whole business. My father has warned me that if I were to marry into the Post family, there'd be no more money from him. You told me that you have no money until your mother dies. Now, the best thing for us to do is just forget the whole...
No money until my mother dies.
What? What did you say?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Perhaps things can be arranged.
It is said in the Orient that the apple of death falls into 3 equal parts. Let us now taste of the third part. Thomas Miller, twin brother to Mrs. Post, is calling on an old friend, the Oriental merchant, Wu Long.
And what propitious happening has brought you to my humble shop, honorable sir?
My sister returns from the Orient tomorrow, Wulong.
With her she brings rare jewel called Light of Orient. Is that not so, Mr. Thomas Miller?
How do you know that?
I know. 150 years ago, jewel was stolen from sacred temple of Tai La. We of the Wu family have dedicated our lives to its return. Thus far, all have failed.
And perhaps you can succeed where others have failed. I can help you, and you can help me.
Continue, honorable sir.
I hate my sister. I hate her. All my life she's dominated me. She's been the strong one. I've been the weak. My own twin sister has always been my greatest enemy.
It is said that the serpent hates the serpent.
When my father died, he left the managing of the estate to her. She's doled out an allowance to me as though I were a poor relation. But with your help, I can change all this.
I see. I am to send your twin sister to meet her ancestors. And in return...
You will have the jewel, the light of the Orient.
I must respectfully beg you to change plan.
What?
I will not engage in murder of your sister, Mrs. Post.
But the jewel. You will get the jewel.
Not even for most beautiful, most sacred jewel, Mr. Thomas Miller.
All right, Wulong. With your aid or without your aid, perhaps things can be arranged.
Margot, this is going to be one awful weekend for me.
Oh, please, Lamont. You don't know what this means to me. To write an article about that famous Emerald Light of the Orient for Style and Fashion magazine, why, it's practically a journalistic scoop. Do you realize that if Mrs. Post hadn't known my Aunt Augusta at Vassar...
Margot, do you realize what a bunch of characters these Posts are?
Well, they have been rather prominent in the scandal sheets.
Prominent is putting it mildly. They're all a bit, well, let's call it peculiar. Take Mrs. Post's twin brother, Thomas Miller, for example. It's a well-known fact that he hates his sister like poison. And then there's that good-for-nothing adopted son, Jerry Post. He's been in more scrapes than you can
shake a stick at?
Yeah. And Barbara, the daughter.
She's adopted, too.
I know. And she falls in love regularly and always with the wrong man.
Well, she's engaged to a very nice young man now. His name is Jack Norcott, and Mrs. Post approves of him.
How do you know that?
Mrs. Post told me. I caught her just as she was going through the customs when her ship docked. At first, she refused to talk to me because she thought I was a reporter. But after I mentioned
that Aunt Augusta went to Vassar with her?
Yes, how'd you know?
I'm psychic. Go on.
Oh. Well, I explained how important it was for me to get a story about this Light of the Orient. So she asked me out for the weekend, and... Oh, I hope she won't mind.
Mind what?
My bringing you with me. She's very
Doesn't she know I'm coming?
No. I didn't think of it till later.
How nice. Lamont Cranston, the uninvited guest.
Miss Lane, I've never seen you before in my life. If you don't leave immediately, I shall feel it my duty to turn you over to the authorities. Huh?
You see, Margot? You not only forgot to inform Mrs. Post about my arrival, but you also forgot to tell her you were coming.
But Lamont...
You now, will you please leave?
But don't you remember...
There is no need to continue this farce, Miss Lane.
Mrs. Post, I'm sorry that you don't remember our meeting at the pier yesterday. Let's go, Lamont.
Oh, forgive me, Mrs. Post.
Yes, Face Hon.
But you surely cannot have forgotten Miss Lane. Everything she has related about meeting at pier yesterday and subsequent invitation is quite true.
What? Yes, Face Hon. You're right. That's quite true. You see, I suffer from lapse of memory at times. Please make yourselves at home here. Face Hon, my companion, will show you to your rooms. Please forgive me.
Well, what do you say, Lamont? Shall we stay or not?
Well,
Please stay. There is much danger, and I fear for my mistress' life.
Danger?
Mr. Cranston, there are several who will profit by my mistress' death. Both her adopted children, Mr. Jerry and Miss Barbara, need money, and my mistress has refused. Only by her death can money be obtained through legacy.
And the uncle, what's his name?
Thomas Miller.
Yes, what about him?
He, too, has quarreled with my mistress and has refused even to stay in the same house with her. He has gone down to stay in small guest house at other end of the estate.
So, we have 3 potential murderers living close to the scene of a crime about to happen, eh?
Oh, Lamont.
Oh, please, not say that. So much evil has befallen this family name already.
I've warned you, Jerry.
It's true, isn't it, Barbara? I knew that Norcott guy was only after the Post millions.
I could kill you for that.
You could kill... Who are you?
Mr. Jerry and Miss Barbara, this is Miss Lane and Mr. Cranston, guests of your mother.
Guests? We don't want guests here.
Hope you enjoyed the little family scene you just witnessed.
I'm sorry, Mr. Post, but we couldn't help overhearing you. What's that?
Oh, yes, Monsieur.
Yes. I found this in my room.
A dagger. Here, let me see it.
It was sticking in the wall over my bed. I went to lie down.
An oriental dagger, eh? And there seems to be a message wrapped around the hilt. Let's see. It says, "Death by the fiery tongue of the dragon to those who covet the emerald, Light of the Orient." No signature, but a drawing of a dragon in red.
Lamont, what does it mean?
My jewel. It is not safe. Someone wanted to rob me. You, Jerry, and you, Barbara. You want the jewel. You want to kill me. You both threaten me.
Don't be preposterous, Mother.
Stop it, you're hysterical.
My mistress, do you not believe legend? Death to those who covet the jewel. You do not covet the emerald. It is yours already. Hence you are quite safe.
Safe? You're sure, Payson?
I will protect you, mistress, with my life.
Touching little scene, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Post. I think it is. You know, Margot, this may turn out to be a very exciting weekend after all.
But are you not bound by the vows of our house, Payson?
I renounce you alone, my uncle, and I renounce the vows I never took.
And yet you came, knowing what I expected of you.
The dagger with message to my mistress this afternoon revealed to me your design.
You are wise, my niece. I have not been mistaken in your intelligence.
I repeat, I will have no part in your evil plan.
Oh, yes, my niece. You will do as I say. Listen as I speak, and forget not 1,000th part of one word. The emerald must be returned to the temple of Ta-E-La. The Post family must die to wipe out the curse of alien hands which have defiled it by their touch.
Oh, no. No, I will not do it.
My niece, Fei-san, you will do this deed, or the fiery tongue of the dragon will wipe your insignificant shadow from the green, unpleasant earth.
No. No.
Oh, you weep, Fei-san. Tears betoken acquiescence. Yes, you will do as I say.
Fire! Fire! Fire!
What's the matter, Mr. Post?
Fire! The guest house is on fire.
Why, where's the fire?
What is it? Jerry, did you say the guest house, Jerry?
Yes, look for yourself out that window. There on the other side of the grounds.
Lamont, where are you?
Here, Margot. Turn on a light, someone. There, that's better. Is there anyone there at the guest house?
My brother Thomas.
Come on, Post, let's get over there.
No, it's useless. He's dead by now.
What are you talking about? Now you come with me or I'll drag you over there.
He's quite right, Mr. Cranston. Thomas must be dead.
Well, perhaps he woke in time to escape the fire. He may need help.
Thomas was in the habit of taking sleeping pills. He probably never knew what happened to him.
Well, I must say you're all taking this thing pretty calmly. Much too calmly. I'm putting this whole business in the hands of the police.
We pause briefly before we start the second act. It's probable that you'll never have to face the particular problem in our story today. But there is a serious problem that you do have to face, come what may. And that's the problem of keeping warm this winter. Well, heat your home with blue coal, and then you can smile with satisfaction while the cold winds blow. Because with blue coal, you'll enjoy comfortable, even warmth throughout the house, no matter how fierce and biting the weather outside. Blue coal, you know, is the finest of Pennsylvania hard coal. It's delivered to your home in exactly the proper size for your heating plant. So blue coal gives you safe, efficient, and economical heat. It's easy to heat with blue coal, and especially if you have the new deluxe blue coal heat regulator. Every home should have one. It's as easy to operate as your electric toaster. It automatically opens and closes the dampers on your furnace and keeps every room at an even temperature at all times. Ask for a free demonstration of the blue coal heat regulator in your own home. And remember the name, Blue Coal. Blue coal is color marked for your protection with a harmless blue tint. Call your reliable neighborhood dealer tomorrow. He is listed under the words Blue Coal in your classified phone directory. And now, back to the shadow.
It's quite obvious that the fire that destroyed this guest house was aided by gasoline. And it is my belief that murder has been done.
If what you say is true, Mr. Cranston, it's a matter for the police and no business of yours.
Commissioner Weston has been sent for, Mr. Post. But until he arrives, I'm taking over as his deputy. Now, Mrs. Post, will you be so kind as to tell me why you were fully dressed at 4 o'clock in the morning?
I must have fallen asleep with my clothes on. You'll just have to take my word.
My mother is protecting Fei-san. She suspects Fei-san knows a great deal about Uncle Thomas's death.
Why do you say that?
When I returned home in my car around 3:30, I saw her peering into the window of the guest house.
What were you doing there, Fei-san?
That, Mr. Cranston, I will not answer.
Well, answer it or not, Fei-san, this definitely puts you on our list of suspects. Mr. Post.
Yes?
Did you get out of your car when you saw Fei-san?
No, I didn't. Not till I got to the front of the main house.
I see. These tire tracks that lead up to the guest house were made by the tires of your car, Mr. Post. I found them earlier and traced them to you. Also, you will see the imprint of a man's shoe in the soft earth under what was once the side window of the guest house. I've also traced that to you. How do you explain it?
I can't explain it. I don't know. I may have stopped after all. I don't remember.
Hello there! Barbara and Jack Norcott. Where have you been all night?
It's really my fault, Mrs. Post. We ran out of gas over on the Island Road at about 2 o'clock.
Yes, it took us hours to find a filling station. Say, looks like there's some excitement around here while I was gone.
Miss Post, don't you know what has happened?
Barbara, Uncle Thomas is dead.
Dead?
Yeah, burned to death in the guest house. Might as well tell you, dear sister, that we're all under suspicion.
Suspicion? Why, I wasn't anywhere near here when the fire started.
That's it, dear sister. Establish your alibi.
Why, it's no alibi. We ran out of gas, as we said, and we couldn't find a filling station.
Miss Post, isn't that a stain of gasoline on your coat?
Huh?
It still smells quite plainly of gasoline.
Why, yes. Yes, you see, when I helped Jack carry the gas back to the car, some spilled on my coat.
That's very interesting, Miss Post. Because gasoline was used to start the fire that caused your uncle's death. I'm holding you also as a suspect. This whole thing has Commissioner Weston confused, Margot.
Well, I can understand that, Lamont.
He says Mrs. Post is the logical victim. Everyone had a motive to kill her. But she turns up as one of the suspects.
I'll have to agree with him on that, too, Lamont.
Perhaps, Margot, some of this puzzle might be unraveled if the shadow paid Mrs. Post a visit.
Tell me, Faison, what were you doing at the guest house when Jerry saw you peering in one of the windows?
Since you commanded, my mistress, I will tell you. Do you not recall that after quarrel with your brother, he left in anger to spend weekend in guest house?
Yes.
Then telephone call came from him asking you to come last night as he had matter of great importance to discuss. Later, I fear he might do you great harm, so I went in search of you.
Oh, yes. But I decided not to go and called him back and told him that if he wanted to talk to me, he could come here. What was that?
That still does not explain one very important thing, Mrs. Post.
I heard a voice.
It is a voice of evil spirit.
No, Faison. It is the voice of the shadow, whose mission is to fight evil.
Can't see you.
No, I have cast a mist of hypnosis over your mind, which makes me invisible.
What do you wish of us?
The truth, Faison. Mrs. Post, why were you not in your bed at 4 o'clock this morning?
I was too nervous to sleep. I half expected my brother Thomas to come here, as I'd asked him to, and I waited in the library. I must have fallen asleep.
I see.
Shadow, if you are indeed friend of good, you will believe my mistress. She is telling you the truth.
Mrs. Post. Mrs. Post.
What shall I do, Shadow?
Answer him.
What do you want, Commissioner Weston?
Down to the library right away. We're getting everyone together, and we're going to settle this case once and for all.
I shall be down immediately. Well, Shadow, are you satisfied that I'm innocent of my brother's death?
Your explanation seems logical, Mrs. Post, but I've only your word for it. Remember that the shadow has ways of finding the truth.
This is ridiculous. You can't prove anything.
How long is this silly questioning going to continue?
Quiet. Now, wait a minute. That's better.
If you'll pardon me, Commissioner.
Oh, what do you want, Cranston?
It's just occurred to me that none of us has seen this fabulous emerald that there's been so much talk about.
Now, look, Cranston, I'm running this business.
Hear me out, Weston.
As if I could help it. Go right ahead.
Perhaps you haven't heard the legend of the emerald called the Light of the Orient, Commissioner. The legend goes, death by the fiery tongue of the dragon to those who covet the jewel.
Superstition is
Now, wait a minute, please. Where is the emerald? Mrs. Post, have you looked at it since you arrived?
I haven't.
Well, suppose it's stolen.
Stolen?
Mrs. Post, would you mind producing the emerald, please?
The emerald? Why, Faison, get the emerald and bring it here.
Why, mistress, it is here, in this room.
Oh, yes, of course. Get it, Faison.
But, mistress, it is in the safe. And you warned me no one is to touch safe but you.
You mean you'd trust a priceless jewel like that in that old cracker box behind the picture?
Why, even I know the combination to that old thing. Why, I've known it since I was 10 years old. Here, I'll show you. You just push this button here, and there the picture slides away, like this. There. That's the safe.
Ah! That face!
What is it, Mrs. Post? What's the matter?
Oh, that face I saw. A face pressed against the window. A horrible Oriental face.
Oh, you're seeing. Must be your imagination.
No,
Mr.
I
Post.
tell you, I saw a face.
Now, don't worry, Mrs. Post. I've got my men surrounding the house. If there was anyone there, he'll be caught.
My mother, Commissioner Weston, has a very vivid imagination.
Shall I open the safe?
Yes, Barbara, open it.
Right. Now, turn 10 to the right. 6 to the...
What happened?
What has happened to Barbara?
Oh, call a doctor, somebody.
Just a moment. I'm afraid it's too late for a doctor. Mrs. Post, your daughter is dead. We examined the safe, Margot, and found it to be some sort of a burglar-catching device that got Barbara Post when she worked the combination. The purpose of the burglar catcher was to send in an alarm and hold the criminal until the police came.
But she was killed by it.
Well, the doctor said death was caused more by heart failure than the shock she received.
Well, why didn't Mrs. Post warn her? Or have her turn off that burglar catcher when she opened the safe?
Well, that's what's got Weston up a tree. Mrs. Post disclaimed any knowledge of the device that killed her daughter.
That doesn't seem likely.
No, it doesn't. It's true, nevertheless. That occurrence proves something to me that's been bothering me ever since we came here.
What's that, Lamont?
I can't tell you just now, Margot, because I've work to do. Tonight, the Shadow is going to force the murderer to strike again to cover up his tracks.
Jerry Post, the murderer is known. One person in this house will reveal him to the police. Mrs. Post, the conscience of the one person who can point to the real murderer will cause the capture of the killer. Paysan.
Who calls me from darkness of my room?
It is the Shadow.
The Shadow? You have returned? What do you wish of me?
I have come to warn you, Paysan, that tonight an attempt will be made on your life. You know who the murderer is, and the murderer will attempt to silence the only one who knows.
Yes, I know. It is my Uncle Wulong. He has been here tonight. My mistress saw his face at window. He has vowed to kill his family and regain the jewel for the temple of Taela. He will try to kill me because I would not help him.
No, Paysan, you're not telling the truth. It is not your uncle that you suspect.
Yes, Shadow.
No, and the person you suspect is not the murderer.
Oh, can I believe that what you say is true?
You must trust me. The person you suspect is not the murderer. Will you help me trap the murderer?
To apprehend the murderer is to protect the life of my beloved mistress. I am willing. We have waited at least an hour, Shadow, here in darkness, and no one has come.
Quiet. Paysan, I think our murderer is approaching your room now. My friend, you will not kill again. Drop that thing and drop it, I say. That's better. Now, Paysan, turn on the lights. Let's have a look at the murderer.
Oh! Mr. Post, my mistress! Oh, no, Shadow. You told me the person I suspect was not the murderer. You have deceived me.
Weren't you trying to murder Paysan to cover your crime forever?
I don't know what you're talking about. Paysan, you surely don't believe this.
Oh, no, mistress.
Paysan, I promised you that the person you thought to be the murderer would not be the murderer. Yes. You really believed it to be your mistress?
Yes. Then Mrs. Post is innocent.
Mrs. Post is dead.
Oh, no.
And this is her twin brother, Thomas Miller, who killed her and proceeded to impersonate her.
You don't believe that, Paysan?
No. Now we'll just take that wig of yours, Mr. Miller.
Oh! Thomas Miller!
Yes, Thomas Miller.
Oh, then it is my mistress who is dead.
Yes, I killed her. All my life I've hated her. I would have had everything that belonged to me if it hadn't been for you. Well, you're not turning me over to the police. I'll fix that.
Drop that gun, Miller.
No!
So you see, Margot, Mrs. Post was murdered by her twin brother before we got there. Later, he destroyed her body in the fire.
And it was really Thomas Miller, posing as his twin sister, who met us at the door when we arrived.
Yes, Margot. That's why you got the cold reception. But I wasn't really suspicious until Mrs. Post, or rather her twin brother, didn't know where the emerald was kept.
That's right. It was right there in the library safe. And he didn't know about that burglar catcher either.
Mrs. Post must have had it installed secretly and hadn't even told Fay San, whom she trusted.
Oh, what a horrible bunch of people. I'll never ask to go on another weekend, Lamont.
Not even to write an article for Style and Fashion magazine?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. I called the magazine on the phone just before we left to drive back to the city. And they don't want the article.
Don't want it?
No, they said it was too lurid for a woman's magazine. They said it belonged to some detective magazine. So I did.
So you did what?
Sold it to a detective magazine. Got more money, too.
Mario, you're wonderful.
In a moment, you'll hear an episode from real life proving that crime does not pay. But before we get to that, you'll be interested, I know, in what Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, Mr. John Barclay, has to say. Mr.
Thank
Barclay.
you. Friends, the world is so complicated nowadays that often we make complications where none should exist at all. For example, the economical operation of a home heating plant is really very simple. That is to say, it's simple provided you get started right. That's the clue. Because when you don't get started right, you're quite likely to run into one difficulty after another. Soon you're discouraged, you know you're spending more money than you should, and worst of all, your house is uncomfortable, either too hot or too cold. Now, that's making complications where none should exist. Take pains to get started right, and you'll have no trouble. Now, here's my suggestion. Call your reliable Blue Coal dealer, and he'll send an expert John Barclay trained serviceman to your home at no charge. He'll check your heating plant thoroughly and start you on a comfortable and economical season. Call him tomorrow before cold weather is upon us. You'll be delighted to discover how much easier and how much more efficient it is to heat your home the easy Blue Coal way. Phone your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. Thank you.
Today's program is based on a copyrighted story. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Direct from real life, we now bring you conclusive proof that crime does not pay. New York City, New York. Lyman Fennell, tough, bold gangster gunman, hoped to make a big robbery haul in a prominent New York club.
Yeah, this is the apartment I want. Hey, you, give me the key.
No!
Shut up! Yeah, that'll hold you.
You won't get away with it, Gunman Fennell. Death is waiting.
They'll never catch me. Here's my car. I gotta get away. Can't find the key. They're too close. I won't go back. I can't face prison. My gun. I gotta do it.
So, by his own hand, Lyman Fennell paid the price of crime. The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer brings you one of the strangest and most baffling of adventures in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your friendly Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. So don't forget, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Nancy. I'm glad you called. You busy tonight? Oh, you are? All right, Angel. You know what that means. Anything that happens to me this evening will be a dead loss.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the unwelcome Christmas present. And now, the case of the unwelcome Christmas present. It is Saturday afternoon in New York, 2 days before Christmas. And on Manhattan's busy corners, gaily dressed Santa Clauses ring their bells while people rush to do their last-minute shopping. And one of those frantic shoppers is a man named Larry Sterling, but the prices in the store windows seem to frighten him. And as he shakes his head sadly, a small delivery truck pulls alongside. And the driver, after watching him for a minute, calls to him.
Hey, mister. Mister.
Huh? Me?
Yeah. Come here a minute.
What's the matter?
You look like a nice guy.
Oh, thanks.
Now, wait. Don't go away. I want to talk to you.
I'm sorry. I'm busy.
Now, take it easy, mister. What's your name?
Sterling. Larry Sterling.
Oh, glad to know you. My name is Haynes. Walter Haynes. I've been watching you.
So I noticed.
You got a girl?
What's it to you?
Look, Sterling, I want to do you a favor.
Well, don't bother.
Okay, if that's the way you feel.
Wait a second. What kind of a favor?
How would you like to give your girl a silver fox jacket for Christmas?
You crazy.
Then you know what those things cost.
Yeah, and I haven't got that kind of dough.
Well, would you be willing to spend $75 for one?
What?
Get in the car.
Well,
make up your mind, Sterling. Either you want to look at this jacket or you don't.
Well, why can't I see it out here?
Because there's a cop watching us. Hey, careful, don't sit on the box.
Is it in here?
Yeah. Take a look. Pretty, huh?
Is this stolen merchandise, Haynes?
Now, look, Sterling, ask me no questions, I'll tell you no lies. All I know is that any gal who gets a jacket like this is going to think her boyfriend is plenty all right.
That's $75, you said?
That's right. And I'll throw in that gift box. Did you notice a label?
DuPont Brothers. Yeah. Hey, that's one of the biggest furriers in town.
Oh, sure. When your girlfriend gets a load of that, what do you think she'll say?
She'll wonder where I got the money.
Okay, if you don't want the coat.
No. I'll take it, Haynes.
Yeah. You got yourself a buy there, Sterling. Take it from me, pal. You don't know what you walked into. Hey, you better fill up the tank, Joey. I'm going out again. Only sold one silver fox today. Think I'll have to try Lower Broadway.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Huh? Oh. Hello, Bonnie.
Hello, Haynes.
Where'd you drop from?
Steve Ellis told me you kept your truck here.
What's up?
Mr. Raynaud is looking for you.
Raynaud?
Uh-huh.
What for?
Don't you know?
No. What'd I do?
It's what Raynaud thinks you didn't do.
Oh, he's crazy.
You want to tell him that?
There's no talking to him once he gets an idea in his head. Hey, Bonnie, what'll I do, huh?
How would you like to hide out in my place?
You mean you'd let me?
Why not?
Oh, but if Raynaud ever found out about this...
Why should he?
Well, somebody might rat.
I'm not worried.
I want you to know, Bonnie, I'll never forget you for this as long as I live.
I know you mean well, darling. But if Mr. Raynaud ever discovers this little deceit, that's not saying very much, is it? Look, Haynes. Maybe it would be better if...
If what?
Oh, skip it. Go ahead.
Thanks. You know, Bonnie, for a minute there, I was afraid you changed your mind.
Oh, there's very little danger of that.
Raynaud.
I'm delighted you remember me. Oh, Bonnie, will you please shut the door?
So it was a trap?
Yes, but you're very lucky, Haynes. Not every rat is offered such attractive bait. It was a very fine piece of work, Bonnie.
Listen, Reno, you promised me nothing would happen to him if I brought him here.
Did I? Well, let's not worry about it, shall we? Oh, Haynes, I believe you know Leonard.
Sure he does. We're old friends, aren't we, pal?
Cut it out!
Bonnie's right, Leonard. That's hardly the way to treat a guest. Really, Haynes, I'm so sorry about this. May I offer you something?
No, I don't want anything.
That's where we differ. Because I do. 2 weeks ago, you received your usual consignment of fur jackets. One coat was different. Where is it?
In my truck?
Leonard, will you be good enough to check?
Sure.
Never mind. I've already looked. It isn't there.
It ain't?
No.
Yeah. You know, it's something I must have sold it by mistake. Oh, you gotta believe me, Mr. Reno.
Of course I do. Who was the lucky buyer?
Well, that's just the trouble. I don't know his name.
Leonard.
I've been looking forward to this for a long time, Haynes.
No.
When I get through with you, your own mother won't know you.
What was his name?
I tell you, I don't know.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Reno, keep Leonard away from him. He'll kill him.
I hope not, Bonnie. But if he does, well, in our trade, death is always an occupational hazard. Carry on, Leonard.
Yeah?
You're the superintendent of this building?
That's right.
You got a Larry Sterling living here?
Who?
Come on, Pop. Get with it. Larry Sterling. Do you know him?
Sure.
What apartment does he live in?
3A.
Thanks.
But he ain't home now.
He's not?
Nope. Went out about 20 minutes ago.
When does he due back?
Didn't say.
Well, how's about letting me wait for him?
Oh, help yourself.
No, I mean in his apartment.
In his apartment?
Yeah. You got a pass key, haven't you?
Oh, sure.
Well, suppose you let me borrow it.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Why not? I'll make it worth your while. Did you use $10?
Yeah.
Well, all you gotta do is let me borrow your key.
I know. I told you can't.
Now, you don't understand, Pop. My name's Leonard. You see, I'm an old friend of Larry's. I want to surprise him.
Yep, sorry.
All right. Then I'll tell you what I'll do. You still want to make that 10?
And not if it's going
No,
to...
forget the key. All I want to know is when Larry came home tonight, did he have a big package with him?
Big package, eh?
A package about this size.
Why do you want to know?
Now listen, you jerk. I'm asking the questions.
Well, I don't have to answer
And I
them.
say you do.
Oh, you keep your hands to yourself.
Good mind. Shut up! Just keep your trap shut.
Oh, you think you're smart.
Oh, you got me wrong, Pop. I don't want to hurt you. Now, why don't we forget this ever happened?
You just get out of here.
Okay, but if I was you, I wouldn't mention to Larry that anybody dropped around to see him. I want it to be a surprise.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm going to be awful angry if you spoil it. Now, take care of yourself, Pop. I'd hate to drop around again to do it for you.
No, I shouldn't do this, George. We promised we wouldn't open our presents till Christmas Eve.
Now, Larry, 24 hours one way or the other won't make any difference. Is it a robe?
Nope.
Lounging pajamas?
You'll never guess.
Then let me see. Oh, Larry, it's...
Didn't expect a fur coat, huh?
No, I didn't.
Well, what do you say?
But I think it's lovely, Larry.
Go on, try it on.
Oh, sure.
You're certainly not enthusiastic about it.
I'm sorry, honey. I guess I'm behaving badly, but you see... Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Is that you, Miss Corwin?
Yes?
This is Parker, the superintendent where Mr. Sterling lives. Do you expect to see him tonight?
As a matter of fact, he's here now.
Oh, could I talk to him, please?
Sure. It's for you, Larry.
Who is it?
The superintendent of your building.
Funny. Hello.
Hiya, Mr. Sterling.
Well, what's the trouble, Pop?
I just thought you ought to know something. A fellow was around here tonight asking questions about you.
Who?
He wouldn't give his name, but he wanted me to let him in your apartment.
Huh?
He was awful interested in that big box you brought home tonight. When I wouldn't tell him anything about it, he almost hit me.
Oh, listen, Pop. Are you sure he was after me?
Positive. If I was you, Mr. Sterling, I'd be careful.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Pop. I'll be seeing you.
What's the trouble, Larry?
Somebody's awfully curious about that fur coat.
Now, why would anybody in his right mind be interested in that coat?
Well, it's a nice way for you to talk.
I don't want to hurt your feelings, darling, but if you paid more than $20 for this, you were stuck.
So you think I was a sucker?
I do.
You know, you could be wrong, too.
How are you going to prove it?
Maybe I can, but if you give me the classified directory, I'll find me someone who can.
Yeah?
I don't know whether I've got the right party.
What apartment do you want?
12A?
This is it.
Are you, Mike Waring, the Falcon?
That's right.
My name is Larry Sterling. I hate to bother you, Mr. Waring.
Quite all right. Come in.
Thank you.
What's on your mind?
Well, if you're not too busy, I'd like to talk to you.
About what?
This. Go on, open the box.
Oh, it's a fur jacket.
Yeah, I bought it this afternoon from a man named Walter Haynes.
Well, how come it's sporting the DuPont Brothers label?
This guy Haynes led me to believe it was stolen.
Oh, the old racket, huh?
Yeah, there's a new one on me.
Well, what do you want me to do? Get your money back?
No, I was a sucker, Mr. Waring, and I'm willing to take my loss.
What's your problem?
How much would you guess I paid for this coat?
Oh, I don't know, $100?
$75. But my girlfriend says it isn't worth $20.
Well?
Well, if this coat's worthless, why is somebody so anxious to get it from me?
What do you mean?
My superintendent told me several parties were making inquiries about me.
Well, that doesn't mean anything.
Funny they should all ask if I brought home a big, bulky box that looked like it might contain a fur jacket.
Let me see that coat again.
Well?
Oh, it still looks like a skinned rabbit to me. But I've been wrong before. Let's see what the experts down at DuPont Brothers have to say.
Yes, sir? Is there something I can do for you?
There is. I've got one of your fur jackets in this box.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry, sir, but the exchange department is closed till after Christmas.
Well, I don't want to exchange it. I just wanted to praise.
Oh, I'm afraid that's out of the question now, Mr.
Waring.
Well, as you can see, we're practically rushed to death.
Uh-huh. Well, how long would it take you to look at it?
My dear fellow, you just won't understand. Mr. DuPont himself would have to look at it, and I wouldn't dare disturb him now.
Oh, I see. Well, then suppose I leave the jacket here.
Well, I can't make any promises, Mr. Waring.
Oh, that's all right. I'm willing to take my chances. I'll be back in an hour.
Hello.
Huh? Oh, hello, a lady burglar. Hope I didn't startle you.
Not particularly.
Well, if I'm in your way,
Oh, think nothing of it. You must be Mike Waring, also called the Falcon.
I guess I must be. And you?
You can call me Bonnie.
Well, I'd like nothing better.
A young man named Larry Sterling dropped in to see you about an hour ago.
Oh, did he?
Well, that's what I've been led to believe.
How did you get in here?
I could say the door was unlocked.
Yes, you could, but I wouldn't necessarily have to believe you.
In that case, you may as well know the truth. I used these.
Oh, that's not nice, Bonnie. It's a penal offense.
Oh, thinking of calling someone?
Just the police?
Now, let's not be hasty, shall we?
Who are you?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Mr. Waring, Mr. Raynaud.
You'll forgive me for not shaking hands.
As I understand, that gun makes it rather awkward, doesn't it?
Very.
What do you want, Renaud?
Didn't Bonnie explain?
I didn't get very far.
Mr. Waring, I have reason to believe that a young man named Larry Sterling left a fur jacket with you today.
Why should he do that?
Maybe he became suspicious.
Maybe he had reason to be.
Maybe. But that's hardly the point. Where is the coat, Mr. Waring?
I haven't got it.
I know. Bonnie and I were quite diligent in our search.
Well, I hope you were careful in handling my shirts.
You needn't worry about that.
Well, then I haven't a care in the world.
Not after you turn the coat over to us. I assume you can get it back at your convenience.
Anytime?
May I suggest there's no time like the present?
And I'm afraid I can't agree with you, Renaud. My client bought that coat in good faith.
In good faith?
Yes, he gave $75 for it.
I assure you, neither of you will lose by this transaction.
Well, I don't know. His girlfriend was awfully crazy about it.
Shall we say $1,000?
Shall we say nuts?
Mr. Waring, I refuse to argue. Suppose I send one of my agents around. He's much more persuasive than I am. Come, Bonnie.
Hold it. Where do you think you're going?
Home, naturally. Have you any objections?
Yes, several. You're staying here till the police arrive.
You're overlooking one thing, Mr. Waring.
What, that gun?
Uh-huh.
Well, somehow I've got a feeling...
Look out, Renaud!
You stupid, blundering fool! Your type can never let well enough alone.
You better take a slug of this, Mike.
No, never mind, Sterling. I want to hear the rest of your story.
Well, it's just like I told you. When I walked in here, I found you stretched out on the floor.
I'll start back a little further.
What do you mean?
How come you decided to pay me a visit?
Well, I knew Renaud was on his way over.
And you didn't think it necessary to warn me?
I tried to call you, but there was no answer.
Why did you tell Renaud you hired me?
I didn't.
Then who did?
My girlfriend, Georgia Corwin. He found out where she lived, and, well, I guess it wasn't very bright of her, but Georgia told him I'd gone over to see you. Mike, that coat must be worth thousands.
Mm-hmm. What was the name of that character you bought it from?
Walter Haynes.
Get the phone book and see if he's listed.
Don't bother, I can tell you.
Where?
He lives at 2719 West 93rd, apartment 2D.
Oh, thanks. And you're...
Leonard. I think Mr. Renaud told you I'd be around.
Yes, he did.
I want that coat wearing.
You know, Leonard, Renaud made a bad bet. You're no more persuasive than he is, and you're not nearly as pretty as Bonnie.
Well, you haven't seen me in action.
I can hardly wait.
I'm glad you're taking that attitude, Waring. It gives me an opportunity to check up on some gossip. They tell me you're a pretty tough cookie.
You don't want to believe everything you hear.
Well, there's one way to find out.
Get out of the way, Mike.
Hey, what?
Nice going, Larry.
I hope you don't mind me ruining that decanter.
Oh, no. I find it a lot easier to get a new bottle than this boy will a new head. Come on, let's go, fella. Apartment 2B. C, here we are.
Are you sure this is the right place? The nameplate says Walter Harvey.
That's probably an alias. Notice the initials are the same.
Could be a coincidence.
Yes, could be. But Leonard sounded as though he knew what he was... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Door's open.
Careless of Mr. Haynes.
Yes, that sort of thing can cost you your life. And in this case, it did.
What?
Isn't that a hand sticking out of that trunk?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, no.
Now, take it easy, Larry.
Oh, look at his face. He was beaten to death, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's a fairly safe assumption.
Oh, poor Haynes. Mike, you gotta find out who did this.
Why?
Well, you can't let Renaud get away with this.
Look, maybe we ought to take this from the beginning. Who am I working for, anyway?
I don't understand.
You came to my apartment this evening with a yarn that Haynes had sold you a hot fur coat.
Well, it's true.
Then if you were stuck, why didn't you write the whole thing off? Why did you bring me into this?
Well, I told you that. Don't you understand, Waring? That coat must be worth thousands.
All right. Let's assume for the sake of argument it is. What does that mean to me?
We'll split the money.
What money? You admit the coat must be stolen?
Well, maybe there's a reward.
Oh. Well, there's one way to find out.
Suppose we see the brothers DuPont.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
I hope so. My name is Waring. I was in here a little earlier today. I left a coat to be appraised.
Oh, yes, of course. I had Mr. DuPont look at it. Would you be good enough to identify your merchandise?
That the same one, Larry?
Yeah, I could never forget that fur.
What's the coat worth?
Would you care to venture a guess?
Well, judging by the trouble it's caused, I'd say 10,000.
Oh, you're way off, sir.
What did I tell you?
20?
If I might be so bold, what'd you pay for this coat?
Well, you can't judge by that. My friend got it at bargain rates.
And he gave?
Believe it or not, $75.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Well, strictly entre nous, Mr. Waring. This is a very rare example of genus felidae.
Ooh. English translation, please.
Skinned alley cat. And as such, it isn't worth a dime.
I don't understand it, Mike.
You sure that's the same coat?
Positive. But if the coat's worthless, why was Haynes killed?
Now, don't ask me, Larry. I'm a stranger here myself.
Maybe Renault doesn't know its value.
Well, I doubt that. Renault, Leonard, and Bonnie are too slick a trio to get worked up over a phony fur piece.
But it must mean something.
Yes, obviously. And Brother Renault knows. Well, maybe he won't mind sharing his information with us.
How are you going to find him?
Through Leonard.
You think he'll cooperate?
If it's put to him the right way. Remember how you knocked him cold?
Yes.
Well, don't forget how you did it. I may want you to try it again.
He's still here, Mike. Right where you left him.
Uh-huh. Come on, Leonard, get up. Come on, palsy, you'll miss Santa Claus.
Yes, but I won't miss you.
Mike.
Don't move, chum, or I'll let you have it from here.
Well, it wasn't nice of you to fool us that way, Leonard. I would have sworn you hadn't moved an inch since we left.
Now, don't feel too bad, Waring. I only moved 2. From here to where you left my gun and back. Where's the coat?
Are you still harping on that? You're wasting your time. It's worthless.
I don't mind. Hand it over.
And if not?
Don't be a sap, Waring. I'm not fussy. I'd just as soon take it over your dead body.
I think he means that, Mike.
Well, I don't. You're bluffing, Leonard.
You shouldn't have called me, pal.
Get down, Waring.
Larry, you all right?
Yeah, I think so.
I just didn't mean to frighten you folks.
Oh, that's perfectly all right, friend. Another second and this Falcon would have been cold turkey.
What about him?
He's dead. Well, to whom are we indebted?
Yeah, who are you?
What's the matter, Larry? Don't you know me?
Mister, the way your face looks, I don't think your own mother would.
Hey, buddy, you got a girl?
Haynes.
Sure.
Mike, this is Walter Haynes.
Wait a minute. If you're Haynes, who's the stiff in your apartment?
Renault. Leonard killed him.
Oh, the old double cross, huh?
Yeah.
Well, where have you been?
Well, they kept me tied up in some dame's apartment.
Bonnie's?
Yeah, Bonnie's. After I got loose, I went to Larry's apartment, and some other dame told me I could locate him here.
That must have been Georgia.
What's this all about, Haynes?
What's what all about?
This fur coat.
Believe me, Waring, I don't know. I got it in a consignment with my regular merchandise. I knew there was something screwy playing because Renault sent Leonard to buy it from me for $1,000, but I didn't want to get into trouble.
So you sold it to me, figuring you could get it back any time.
Oh, I'm sorry, fella. I didn't realize what I was letting you in for.
Well, it all adds up except for one thing. Where does Bonnie come in?
Right on cue, Mr. Waring.
Bonnie?
You want to do something about that door, Mike.
Yes. Next time, get a spring so it'll close. Where's the coat, Mike? I want it.
And if you don't get it?
Don't be silly, darling. Nothing's going to stop me. Not even if I have to shed a little blood.
I wouldn't be surprised if you meant that.
I do.
Well, what do you say, Haynes?
I say give it to her.
No.
She's a pretty determined young lady, Larry. But if you'd care to stop her...
How about that, honey?
Well, I guess that settles that. Here you are, Bonnie, and wear it well.
No, just drape it over the chair. I'll take it from there.
You're the boss.
And don't you ever forget it. Now, all of you stay put for the next 5 minutes. The first one who gets careless enough to show his face out of the doorway will get it blown off. Good night, folks. Thanks a million.
Get the phone, Sterling. Maybe we can head her off.
Yeah, hurry it up, Larry. Call downstairs.
I'll take care of it.
I thought you were going to rush her, Waring.
If you're worried about that coat, Haynes, forget it. She won't get away.
Oh, she can keep the coat for all I care. I'd my fill of this business.
I don't blame you.
Oh, incidentally, what happened to the box that came in?
Oh, I threw it away.
You're kidding.
Why, it wasn't worth anything, was it?
Now, look, I want that box, Waring, and I'm not clouding.
Why make an issue of a little thing like that, Haynes? Unless it isn't a little thing. Suppose we see.
Get away from that door.
You want the box, don't you? Darned if I can see why. Looks like any other cardboard box to me. Maybe if I were to rip the cardboard apart...
Hey, cut that out.
Oh, well, what do you know? Pretty cute, huh? Who'd ever think of looking for a letter pasted between 2 sheets of cardboard?
You did.
Yeah, well, you gave me the lead. Yeah, this is a pretty important piece of stationery, Haynes. Look at the name on top, Moscow Federation.
I want that letter, Waring.
Yes, I'm beginning to understand why.
Well, do I get it?
Mister, you certainly do.
Did you have to do that, Larry?
Did I have to do that? You realize he was going to kill you?
Sure, but I might as well be dead. You realize that was my last bottle of Christmas cheer?
Now what am I going to do?
Waring, that was a real great job.
Oh, thanks, Larry. Say, hadn't you better be running off to see a girl?
No, not till I get the complete story on what happened from yesterday morning till last night. What was in that letter, anyway?
Something the boys in the Department of Justice have been looking for a long time. You've heard of the international movement known as Moscow Federation?
Yes, unfortunately.
Well, that letter contained a complete list of outfits here and in South America that are cooperating with them.
Well, how did it wind up in Haynes' hands?
Renault had it originally. He was an agent for Moscow. He was told to contact these organizations and keep them in line.
Oh, then Haynes was working for Renault.
Yeah, sure. Peddling hot fur was a blind for the mob. He was Renault's boy until he realized what a wonderful source of blackmail that list was. So he got you to hold the list for him while he carried out his plan. He killed Renault and messed up his face so it would pass for his own.
Well, where did Bonnie figure in this?
Poor kid, she didn't even know the score. She thought the coat was the all-important thing.
How did you know it wasn't?
That appraisal gave me the tip-off. And the one thing we'd overlooked in the case was the box that came in.
Well, what made you realize Haynes was the killer?
It was a story he told. He claimed he was beaten up and kept a prisoner in Bonnie's place, and he came to my house right after he escaped and learned where you were. But when I asked him about the corpse in his own apartment, he wasn't even surprised. Right off the bat, he knew it was Renault.
I guess that'll learn me. Well, thanks a lot, Mike. I'll be seeing you.
Say, wait a minute. Where are you rushing off to?
In case you've forgotten, this is the night before Christmas. My girlfriend, Georgia, must still be wondering what happened to me.
Ah, yes, of course.
But, what about you?
Well, I guess this is my unlucky night. I don't have a date.
On Christmas Eve?
Mm-hmm. Isn't that irony for you? Me and Santa Claus are the only 2 guys in town who are left holding the bag.
You are listening to Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brought to you by G3PL.com.
Story is Top Secret. Top Secret. Transcribed dramas of present-day intrigue and espionage. Starring gorgeous Ilona Massey as the Baroness Karen Geza. A beautiful woman fighting a never-ending battle against the unseen enemies of freedom in America and the world. Tonight, The Poisoned Hand of Friendship. A story that is top secret.
Assignment 14 began in New York with a telephone call. A strange, mysterious telephone call which told us nothing, and yet which held the clue to something incredibly evil and frightening. We were fighting something unknown, something that moved slowly and relentlessly to destruction. Jim Holden, the lean, hard man who was my chief of intelligence, called me in to discuss it. We talked in his private office. His face was drawn and worried.
Karen, I'm worried. Something has happened to him.
When did Pietro go to San Francisco?
Let me see. Pietro Romano, detail San Francisco, September 4th. Oh, that's almost a month. He left New York on Labor Day.
And you haven't heard from him for a week?
Not a word. No reports, no letters, nothing.
Has the San Francisco office checked him?
Yes, they found nothing. I've been calling his hotel every 2 hours since Wednesday. His rent's paid until the 15th, but he hasn't slept there for 5 nights.
What was his assignment, Jim?
Pietro's assignment was to find Basil Kajan.
Kajan?
You know him?
What agent doesn't?
By sight?
No, by reputation.
He's one of the most dangerous men in the world. He's pulled out some of the biggest and the most brilliant sabotage jobs in the country, and every time he slips through our fingers.
What does he look like?
Well, he's about 240, thin scar across his left cheek. Very cultured, with an ominous quality in his voice. Karen, if we don't nab Basil Kajan soon, I'm going to have to resign. And as for Pietro Romano, if anything's happened to that boy, I'll so help me.
I know Pietro. You see, he gave me this bracelet. I worked with him in Europe. He'll be all right.
But a week, Karen, a whole week, and not a word from him. I've left messages at his hotel, the Frisco offices, telephoned. I've telephoned. Nothing. He's vanished, absolutely.
Mr. Holden, Pietro's on the phone long distance on 814.
Oh, thank God. Hello? Hello?
Jim.
Pietro, where have you been? I've been telling the whole country wide to get you.
I can't talk long. They're after me. Now get this.
Go ahead.
The Kansas City. It's a boat, a freighter. It's sailing from Pier 88 next Monday.
Kansas City, Pier 88.
Listen, Jim. I found Basil Kajan. He's after me. I'm going to the Frisco police right now. Now, Jim, listen. It's wheat.
It's what?
Wheat. W-H-E-A-T.
What are you talking about?
It's wheat. And Kajan is...
I will kill you without the slightest hesitation.
Hello? Hello? Pietro.
Johnny? Yes, Mr. Holden, I heard it on the extension. You want me to trace the call?
Did they say where he was calling from?
It was from a pay station. I heard him dropping in the money.
Now get on it right away. And get Baroness Gay's that ticket on the next flight to San Francisco.
You bet, Mr. Holden. It's good as done.
Karen, go home and pack your clothes. Be ready in an hour. I'll drive you to LaGuardia myself.
Kansas City, Pier 88. It doesn't make sense, does it, Jim?
Nothing about Basil Kajan makes sense, Karen. It makes trouble, bad trouble.
Did Pietro have a cover in Frisco?
Yes, he had a job as a net mender somewhere along the waterfront.
A net mender?
He was brought up by the ocean. Seemed a good idea at the time.
I always liked him.
Liked? You think he's dead?
Oh, no. No, I'm sure he's not. He can't be.
But you used the past tense. Why, Karen?
I don't know, Jim.
Listen, I want Basil Kajan. I want him dead, I want him alive, but I want him.
All right, Jim. Dead or alive, I'll get him. Basil Kajan, dead or alive. An arch-fiend in sabotage. A man with a brilliant, trigger-quick mind. A man dedicated to overthrow freedom everywhere. And I had an added incentive. Pietro Romano was a colleague and a friend. A tanned, handsome boy who fought like a devil, yet who wept when he listened to Brahms. I would get Basil Kajan, and I would avenge Pietro Romano. The great plane ate its way through the night, speeding to San Francisco at 18,000 feet and 420 miles an hour. My mind was in a turmoil. Wheat, a boat called the Kansas City, a telephone call traced to a restaurant on Market Street,
owned by a man named Nicholas. This was all I had to go on. It was bright and sunny when we landed in San Francisco. My hotel window faced the bay, and I could see the vast number of ships loading in the harbor. First, I checked Pietro's hotel. He had not returned. His room had not been slept in. Then I started on the waterfront. I have contacts in San Francisco, too. None of them heard of Pietro Romano. I went to Fisherman's Wharf. The answers were the same. I talked to the net menders. No one had heard of him. Then I went to Pier 88 and got a look at the Kansas City. There was a tug tied up across the wharf. The captain was on deck.
That's all I know, lady. 20,000 tons owned by Maitland Shipping. Sailing Monday at midnight.
Where is it bound for?
Bindin, French Indochina.
Do you know what the cargo is?
Wheat. Why are you so interested, lady?
Oh, I'm just a tourist, and I'm curious about boats. Well, thank you for your information. Goodbye.
It's okay, lady. You're welcome. If Dame's a tourist, I'm Peter Pan. Pietro! Up on deck, huh?
What is it, Jake?
There's nobody around. Come on up.
No, it's safer down here.
The dame was just asking about the Kansas City. Said she was a tourist. Come on up. Nobody's around.
Okay. Asking what?
When it sailed, what cargo, where it was bound for. You still see her in a light suit.
Where?
The head of the dock. No, to the right. Missed him. Maybe something, too.
Seen anybody else?
Nope.
Nicholas or his thug?
Nope.
You trust me, Jake?
Sure, I trust you. You can hide on this boat till the day they scrap it. If you don't want to tell me why, you don't have to.
Jake, they tried to kill me last night. Getting away was luck. Sheer luck. So the less you know, the safer you'll be. But that boat isn't going to sail Monday. If I have to get aboard it and scuttle it.
I could find no trace of Pietro Romano, so I decided to take the offensive myself. I dropped in for a cocktail at the restaurant owned by Nicolaus. Besides the cloakroom was a telephone booth. The number checked was the call Jim Holden had traced. Pietro Romano had phoned New York from this number. I inspected the restaurant carefully. I watched the man called Nicolaus, a fat, jovial, kindly man who clucked over his customers, laughed at everything, and ate almost unceasingly. A spy's instinct is to trust no one, but finally, when working alone becomes impossible, it becomes necessary to enlist help. I sent a message to Nicolaus by a waiter.
Good evening, madame. My head waiter tells me that you wish a word with me.
Yes, I wish to talk about money.
Money?
Sit down.
Thank you, madame. Now, the subject was money,
$5,000.
For whom?
For you.
As a gift?
As a price.
For what?
Information.
What kind of information?
Are you interested?
Madame, for $5,000, you may have my entire brain boiled under glass.
I'm looking for a man.
No, I refuse to believe it. The men look for madame, but never madame for the men.
I want direct answers, Nicholas. I'm not here to enjoy myself. Have you ever heard of a man named Kajan? Basil Kajan?
No.
I want to know where he is.
In San Francisco?
Yes.
Madame, this restaurant has a clientele that is, well, I have ways of getting information. The name, you say, is Kajan.
Basil Kajan, yes.
Why do you want this information?
That is none of your business.
I see. You'll pay me $5,000?
If you can locate him for me in the next 24 hours, I will pay you $5,000, yes. Here is 1,000. On account.
Thank you.
Believe me, there is nothing wrong about this. I merely wish to know his whereabouts.
Come back tonight, madame. We close at 1 o'clock.
All right.
Come about 12:30. By then, I'll have the information. Or else, I'll return your money.
Who is it? I say, who is it?
Nicholas.
Alone?
Yes.
Just a minute. Come in. Is she here?
Yes, she's outside with the rest of the money.
I'm afraid we'll have to take care of her, Nicholas.
It seems too bad. She's so beautiful.
Well, let me make a phone call and then bring her in.
In 2 or 3 minutes?
2 or 3 minutes. Oh, and Nicholas.
Yes?
Get the 4,000 first. We can use it.
Of course.
Send Charles in with some bread and butter and coffee.
You mean?
I think we shall use the Baroness for a little experiment.
Isn't it dangerous?
If I am to spend the rest of my stay in San Francisco hiding in this wretched room, I merit a little diversion.
She's the one against whom we were warned?
She is a Baroness, not like the others. She has money, power. We've never met, but she's an old enemy of mine. Our paths crossed in Europe. She had a career as an Allied spy, second to none. It amused me to play with this moth-eaten Mata Hari. Send Charles first, then bring her in.
Yes, right.
Max, Skajan. Any word on Pietro Romano? Why not? Now listen, Max, there are more of our people in the waterfront than anywhere else. I am tired of excuses. Get him. Max, he's the only man in America who suspects the truth. Now get him or else. I'll give you another 12 hours. Now, Baroness, let me see. Now, we don't want the lights too bright. That's better. In fact, it's perfect. Come in, Charles.
Nicholas said you wanted a tray, Mr. Gajan.
Yes, sir. Put it on the desk, Charles.
Yes, sir.
Is that the last of the bread?
Yes, sir.
Which is which?
This plate's yours. The other is...
Our pride and joy.
Yes, sir.
Good. Cheer up, Charles. Not much longer.
No, sir.
That's all. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Gajan.
Come in, Nicholas.
Here, madame. There's a man who knows more about Basil Kajan than anyone else in the world.
Thank you, Nicholas.
I will leave you now.
Nicholas is being very mysterious about this. I hope you don't mind.
Sit down, my dear.
Thank you.
Coffee?
Yes, thank you. I'd like some.
Good.
Thank you.
I eat rather simply, but the bread is good and the butter fresh. Being a European yourself, you can understand how delicious plain food can be.
Yes, I can indeed. Thank you.
What do you think of the bread?
It's really delicious.
Is it?
Wonderful. Is that so extraordinary?
No. We thought it would be good to eat.
No. Nicholas said you wish to remain anonymous.
That is correct.
That you know Basil Kajan.
Yes, I know very well.
Do you know where he is now?
Yes.
Where?
Here.
Huh? What?
I am Basil Kajan. Baroness? Oh, now, how silly of you. Only American women drop cups and faint and scream.
I'm sorry. I was rather startled.
That's better. Calmness is what I like, especially in women.
What's that?
That, my dear Baroness, is the bolt in the door. I control it electrically with a button under my desk.
Oh, no. Now I understand your reputation.
Indeed.
For being a frustrated actor.
Is that all you heard about me?
No, I heard that you were supposed to be very frightening.
And don't I frighten you?
No.
Then allow me to try again. Cigarette?
No, thank you.
That bread you ate is rather special. However, a mouthful won't hurt you. You see, it is made from what would appear to be ordinary flour, milled from what would appear to be ordinary wheat. Am I boring you, Baroness?
Men who are overweight invariably bore me.
Baroness, I am making a mental note of your insults.
I will repeat them if you forget.
The wheat, however, is not ordinary. I'll tell you why. In this jar is a synthesized enzyme, the first one ever to be so produced. I call it tripeptine. That is all there is of it in the world. There will, however, be more ready soon. It has an interesting characteristic, Baroness. In fact, two interesting characteristics.
And they are?
It grows on wheat. Grows like wildfire as long as there is wheat germ to feed it.
You mean?
Exactly. By the time the Kansas City gets to Indochina, its entire cargo of wheat will be rotten with tripeptine, and no one will know it. It will be milled into flour, the flour will be baked into bread, and the bread, Baroness, attacks the lining of the stomach. An enzyme, Baroness, auto-digestion of the stomach walls, like an ulcer. The peasants in Indochina will eat this bread, Baroness, the gift of big, brave, generous America, and they will be sick, Baroness. Very, very sick.
You monster.
Sit down.
Give it to me, give it to me.
You vicious little... Bite me, will you?
You're insane. You're crazy, mad insane.
Insane, am I? Asia for Asiatics. America is poison. This will prove it. Prove it. Indochina will be ours.
You can't do it.
Can't do it, Baroness. I've done it. The captain of the Kansas City is on my payroll. I will sail with a ship. I will sprinkle the contents of that jar through the cargo.
Don't you care? Don't you care that the world will brand you as a traitor?
Care. I want publicity. Food from America is poisoned. America's gifts are gifts of death.
Kajan, don't you see that your side cannot win? It can't.
Can't win, eh? Can't win. We can't lose, Baroness. What has your side got? Nothing but a million heads filled with silly ideas and hopeless confusion. How can you win?
Because we have right and decency and God.
Oh, you talk like a child.
There's God on our side.
And the bomb.
I won't even think of that.
No, but we have thought of it. We look over your shoulder while you work on your bomb. Do you think we haven't infiltrated everywhere? Here, read this.
What is it?
Read it. Read it!
He handed me a paper. Familiar paper. Paper from Jim Holden's office in New York. I recognized even the typewriter. It was written to Nicholas. It told of my arrival, the date, my full name, my background, everything. This was information only Jim Holden could know. And at the bottom were his initials. J.H. Jim Holden. My chief of intelligence. I tasted bitter aching hopelessness. And then anger. I didn't say anything. My hand slid down toward the heavy silver coffee pot on the tray. It was still full. The coffee was still hot. I threw it at his leering face with all my strength.
Oh, you would you?
Let me go! Let me go!
Baroness, I've had enough of you. So we can't win, eh? Well, Baroness, we've won. Nicholas!
Let me in, quickly.
Just a minute.
If you've gone crazy, there's still customers out
What
there.
do I care about your customers?
What did you do?
Throw the coffee pot at me. Missed me by... Well, don't stand there. What do you want? So I was making noise. All right. I'll be quiet. She'll be out for days here. I hope I broke her neck.
Captain Hunter telephoned.
Captain Hunter?
Yes, some of the Kansas City crew are around the waterfront cafes. There's a rumor the Port Authority will prevent the sailing Monday.
So what does he want to do?
To sail in an hour.
We'll have Charles get the car out. Then tie her up and wrap her in a blanket. The sea air will do her good. And we'll sail in half an hour.
Hey, Pietro.
What is it, Cap?
Kansas City's hoisting her anchor.
What?
There it goes.
But But the sailing order said Monday night.
No, order my neck. That ship's getting ready to sail. Funny, too. Usually they pull the gangplank up first. Look, only one rope aft and one forward. Nothing's holding up but 2 ropes and the gangplank. That captain must be in a hurry.
What's that?
That, son, is drunk sailors.
Well, there they are.
Yeah, they got aboard. Didn't know the Kansas City took passengers.
And she's drunk. She's so drunk they're dragging her.
Honey, she ain't drunk. She's fractured.
Cap, come on. We're taking a walk. Quick. Want a hand?
You take care of yourself.
They're taking her on board the Kansas City. I did... No.
What?
I thought it... Oh, no, it couldn't be.
Looks kind of like the day that asked those questions. Hard to see with just the dock lights.
How long have we got before it sails?
There's a guess, 5 minutes, maybe 10. Hey, Pietro, look, something shiny at the foot of a gangplank.
What?
It's a bracelet. A woman's bracelet. She must have dropped it.
Let me see. Here it is. Cap, I gave her this. That's Karen. She's working with me. Cap, listen. I'm an intelligence. I swear I am. I swear this is the truth. And boat mustn't sail. I'm going to telephone the Port Authority. There's a pay booth at the end of the dock. Now, you go back to your boat, and the minute the Kansas City starts to slip a berth, throw your pistol 4 times.
Can't sail without tugs unless the captain's nuts.
Well, this captain doesn't care. But please, do as you're told.
Right. Get going.
Yes. Operator, this is an urgent call. I'm phoning from the foot of Pier 88. Get me the closest Port Authority office and hurry. Yes, I'll hold the line, but please hurry. Operator. It's what? It's busy. Oh, operator, can't you interrupt? This is a terribly urgent call. All right, I'll wait. Operator? Hello. What's the matter with you, operator? I've told you this is a terribly urgent call. Well, then listen to me. Listen. There's a boat. The Kansas City. It's sailing from Pier 88. No, the Kansas City, operator. Kansas. Kansas. Yes, that's right. Now, tell them that it's got to be stopped. Tell them to... oh, never mind. It's got to be stopped. It's got to. Cap?
Here it goes.
Cap, listen. I'm an intelligence.
Now, you said that. Now, you want that boat stopped?
Yes, it's got to be stopped.
Then hang on. Here we go. I could feel the throbbing engines of the Kansas City gathering speed, pushing out of the berth, edging into the channel. I had bungled. I had failed. Tears of frustration and rage ran down my cheeks. I was locked into the aft cabin on the starboard side. Kajan had left me there alone. Through the porthole I could see the lights of San Francisco, twisting, turning. I held my cigarette lighter at the porthole, flicking it off and on. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. The SOS. Hoping, praying that somebody, somewhere would understand. And then I saw it. A blunt, powerful tug surging at us out of the night with no light. It was pointed straight at our starboard side. Its funnel belching sparks, cutting through the choppy water at top speed. The Kansas City's whistle shrieked a warning. And then there was a shuddering, grinding crash. The Kansas City shuddered like a wounded whale. Consternation tore through the ship. The engines were stopped. My cabin door twisted out of its frame, swung open. And then I heard something that made my heart race. The siren of a police boat. Kajan and his jar of horrors were captured. The Kansas City was towed back to its berth.
The Port Authority detained the entire crew for investigation. I spent an hour with Pietro, and he tenderly gave me back the bracelet I had dropped on the dock. It had served its purpose well. I did not tell him Jim Holden was a traitor. This was a job I would do alone. I flew back to New York and faced him with it in his office.
Splendid work, Karen, both of you. When Pietro gets back to New York, I'll blow you to dinner. Best in town.
I will be unable to accept.
Nonsense. Why, you've done more in 3 days to preserve American prestige abroad than... What's the matter with you, Karen?
I would like you to read this and tell me if you wrote it. I got it from Kajan after he was captured. He told me they had infiltrated. But I never dreamed that you of all people, would do it. Yes. The initials are yours. Or is there another Jim Holden in this office?
Karen, you poor kid. I'm so sorry you had to go through all this.
Then you admit it. You admit that the J.H. is you.
No. No, the J is for Johnny.
Oh, Johnny?
Johnny Henderson, the office boy. We arrested him yesterday.
You have just heard Top Secret, transcribed dramas of present-day intrigue and espionage, starring gorgeous Ilona Massey. Here is Miss Massey with a preview of next week's Top Secret.
Next week, a story that began in a deserted subway station in New York and ended with the breaking of a personality. It is a story of sabotage, of evil, and of love and great courage. Disaster. Next week on Top Secret.
Top Secret is produced and directed by Harry W. Junkin. Tonight's script was by Charles Lee Hutchings. Members of the cast were Ralph Bell as Kajan, Cliff Owen, Jack Edwards, and Bill Lipton. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shields. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Spend Tuesdays this fall with Bob Hope and Baby Snooks on NBC.
Exciting news. Join us on a thrilling journey through the vibrant landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.